Recording in progress.
It's okay. Good afternoon. Today is Tuesday, May 20, 2025. This is the regular meeting of the City of Marina Council. And Anita, can we please get a roll call?
Can I
Oh, so
just
excuse me,
jump in?
yeah, City Attorney needs to let us know that the
Yes.
mayor is on Zoom.
Yes, so prior to the roll call, I just want to make clear for the record that this meeting is being conducted pursuant to California Government Code 54953B, in that Mayor Delgado is participating from 1004 Saga Street, Glendora, California. And at this time, I just want to ask Mayor Delgado if you can answer a few questions. Can you hear me well?
Yeah,
And have you been able to hear the proceedings up until now?
yes,
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
yes,
Have you posted the agenda for this meeting at the location where you are?
yes,
And is the location where you are reasonably accessible to the public?
yes,
Is there any member of the public there with you?
no,
Okay. So I just want to remind the council that any votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting must be taken by roll call. And that's it.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Here.
Councilmember McAdams. Here. Councilmember Biala,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher,
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
here,
Thank you. Question for the City Attorney. Do we have any changes to the agenda for the closed session?
There are no changes to the closed session agenda.
Thank you very much. So we will go into closed session and we will reconvene here at 6:30. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening again. And thank you for being here. It's nice to see so many people in the room. The council just came out of closed session and our city attorney will report back on that.
Yes, so prior to my report from closed session, I just want to remind members of the public in this council that Mayor Bruce Delgado is appearing remotely by Zoom pursuant to Government Code 54953B. And I also want to remind council that any votes taken need to be taken by roll call. So my report out of closed session is that council provided direction but took no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will now have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And maybe May, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Yeah, after a moment of silence. And please all stand.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, May. We will start with some special presentations. The first one is a proclamation which will be read by our council member Kathy Biala for the Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Madam Mayor, maybe a quick point of order before we get started. I just wanted to let the council know that I have a hard stop at 9 p.m. tonight. I have an obligation. And so I don't know if there's any value in reordering any of the items. Clearly, the car dealer is probably
For you,
know,
that's
something I would like to participate in. So I don't think that would necessarily be a problem, even if we continue. But I wanted to kind of put that out on the table and assess that out a little bit.
let's do the, we can definitely do that. Where's it now? It's 11. Oh. 13A to 11:0. Okay, the city manager just suggested, and I think that's a very good suggestion. We can move item 13A at the top of the public hearings at 11. Just do it before the public hearings. That makes sense. City attorney, it's okay. Yeah. Okay, so many people will be happy about this change, I think. Thank you. And if Councilmember Biala, if you can please read the proclamation. I think there are some representatives in the room from ACOM, the Asian Communities of Marina.
And maybe they can join for the photographs. at the
Yes.
end. Okay, great. Thank you, Vice Mayor Pro Tem. Be sure. This is a proclamation in recognition of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas the city of Marina celebrates the rich cultural diversity that strengthens our community and recognizes the vital contributions of Asian American and Pacific Islanders, or AAPI, communities throughout our nation's history. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders represent a wide array of distinct cultures, languages, and histories, and have contributed significantly to the fields of science, arts, education, public service, business, and the military. And whereas despite a legacy of resilience and achievement, AAPI communities have also faced discrimination, exclusion, and hardship, and it is our responsibility as a city to stand in solidarity against hate and bias of any kind. And whereas the city of Marina is home to a growing and vibrant AAPI population that enriches the fabric of our city through entrepreneurship, cultural traditions, civic engagement, and community leadership. And whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month offers all residents of Marina and the Monterey County the opportunity to reflect on the history, celebrate the diversity, and honor the many contributions of these communities to our shared society. Now, therefore, I, in Bruce Delgado, in absentia, Mayor of the City of Marina, County of Monterey, California, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and urge all residents to recognize, appreciate, and celebrate the important role that AAPI communities play in shaping our city and our nation. Dated this 20th day of May 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Biala. And since there are several representatives here from the Asian communities in our city, it might be nice to present it to them, and if all of us can go and be in a picture. Thank you.
Right here. 1, 2, 3. 1 point.
Thank you so much. Thank you again for being here to receive this proclamation. And our next item, 6B, is a presentation by Simon Bull, and our city manager will introduce this.
Great. Simon, if you'd come up. Simon, there's an item on your consent agenda. It's 10G5, and since it's on the consent agenda, we don't want you to pull it, but he is proposing to sublease an agreement with Light and Motion, and he will be a new tenant out there at our airport. We're really excited to have him here. And if Simon, just take a few minutes to introduce yourself, and then he has a video that that we're going to show that kind of shows what he does.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council members for hearing me out tonight as I give a brief presentation on my plans to sublease 711 Neeson Road. It's not going to be a 7-Eleven, by the way. Just put that out of the way. But that is the name of the building from Light and Motion. I'm an artist, and I have represent my artwork and the artwork of several other artists in 3 galleries that we own and operate. One is on Ocean Avenue, Carmel. The other one is on Main Street, St. Helena in Napa Valley. And the third one in Aspen, Colorado. And so to keep the galleries up and running, it's quite an operation with warehousing, shipping, printing, framing, and of course the creation of artwork, which I do. But we don't have enough space for all of our other artists to have studio space there. But at Neeson Road, they do. So we are excited at the opportunity of expanding into this great community from our space that we have currently over at Ryan Ranch in Monterey, where we've been for several years. And the rest is on the video, but if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Marina City Council. My name is Simon Bull. I'm a professional artist, and I've had the privilege of calling the Monterey Peninsula my creative home for the last 23 years. I first came to America over 2 decades ago, introduced to this area by a friend and fellow artist, Thomas Kincaid, and I fell in love with it. The sea, the light, the culture, it's inspired me every day since. Over the years, my art business has grown in remarkable ways. From our modest beginnings, we now have 3 vibrant gallery locations across the country, one on Ocean Avenue in Carmel, one in the heart of Napa Valley in St. Helena, and another in Aspen, Colorado. Our current studio and corporate headquarters are located at Ryan Ranch in Monterey, but we've outgrown the space. Our team manages everything from creative production and video content to framing, giclée printing, photography, marketing, and global shipping operations, all under one roof. Our social media reach is one of the most exciting parts of what we do. With over 1.5 million followers worldwide and over 1 billion views, our video content has touched hearts and inspired creativity on a global scale, and it's all produced right here on the Monterey Peninsula. We've now identified the ideal location for our next chapter on Neeson Road in the city of Marina. This expanded warehouse and studio space would allow us to consolidate, grow, and continue to generate high-value economic and cultural impact for the region. We're here today to propose a master lease agreement with the city of Marina. With your support, we can transform this facility into a dynamic, creative hub, bringing more jobs, more visibility, and more artistic vibrancy to your city. We're excited to become part of Marina's story, and we'd be honored to have your support on this next important step on our journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the video. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Bull? Mr. Mayor, do you have any questions?
Just a comment at this time. Thank you, Simon Bull, for coming to Marina. And I want to express gratitude to Daniel Emerson and his wife, Annalise, who for decades have put a lot of their sweat, equity, and tears into this light and motion enterprise. And they brought a lot of employees and CSUMB graduates to be employed here in Marina. And I just want to say that what they've done is just a great legacy for Marina, and turning this over to Simon Bull is just another step in that. So thank you to Daniel and Annalise and everyone at Light and Emotion.
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilmember Biala?
This is the first time I've seen your work, and I am extremely impressed and so honored that we would have be the place for you to do your next step. So we're thrilled about it, and we have an internationally recognized artist here in our midst in the city of Marina. It's just phenomenal. And of course, maybe you have heard that we've been interested in creating an arts village. So you may be the first step in seeing that kind of dream come true for us.
Well, I'm excited to be, engaged with whatever's going on here.
Yes.
Be part of it.
Thank you for choosing us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy?
McAdams, maybe I don't think I have my light on.
Oh, it was on, but okay. So thank you very much and welcome to Marina.
Thank you very much.
Our next item is announcements. First of Council. Council, do you have any announcements? Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Community members are invited to purchase a personalized fence picket for $35, and they will be engraved and installed at our future inclusive park. Each contribution supports the city's effort to build the most incredible inclusive park on the Central Coast. You can do that online. And also join us on Sunday, June 1st at 12 p.m. as we raise the pride flag at the corner of Reservation Road and Del Monte Boulevard. Come enjoy the farmers market and stand with us in celebration of our LGBTQAI+ community and allies.
Thank you. Let's see. I don't see our mayor's hand. Oh, he's raised. Oh, thank you. I did overlook that. So, Mayor Delgado. Can you please unmute yourself, Bruce?
Thank you. Sorry about that. I wanted to appreciate the American Legion for doing something special in Marina that doesn't happen anywhere else that I know of. And that is that every year for the last couple of decades, they've appreciated all the teachers in Marina and given them a free dinner at the American Legion. So each school sends a whole cohort of teachers and administrators to the American Legion on this day. It was Wednesday, May 3rd, and this year. And it's just a lot of work that goes on to provide the food and drinks to these people. And then there's open mic for people to come and appreciate the teachers for what they deserve to be appreciated for. So that was really sweet every year. Thank you to the American Legion at Hilltop Park this Thursday and every Thursday throughout the year, rain or shine, from 5:30 till 7 p.m. Volunteers are welcome to help water, maintain, plant, weed, whatever's needed to keep Hilltop Park looking beautiful in a 3.3 acre area of the 12 acres on the hill where Hilltop Park is managed by volunteer labor. That changes during the year with the sun setting later or sooner, but for the foreseeable future, it's 5:30 to 7 p.m. every Thursday at Hilltop Park, corner of 4th Avenue and 9th Street. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have one announcement. Tomorrow evening, TAMC, the Transportation Agency of Monterey County, has a workshop here in Marina at Vince DiMaggio Park, Vision Zero, zero accidents. It's all about traffic safety. So tomorrow in our own city at from 5:30 till 7, Vince DiMaggio Park. Okay, and then staff, time for staff announcement. Here's our recreational director, Andrea Willer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Just want to remind everyone that Windy Hill Park Playground will be opening on June 7th. We have a really fun event planned. There will be a DJ, food trucks, snow cones, face painting. It's going to be a really fun day, and I just hope you all can make it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now it's time for the public comments. I see quite a few people in the room here and a lot of people on Zoom. Those on Zoom, if you can please raise your hand if you're planning to give public comments so we can get an idea of how many public comments we can expect. This is for items not on the agenda and for anything on the consent agenda. So if you can please give us an idea. Oh, that's not too bad. Okay, so we'll start with anybody in the room here who would like to give public comments. You will have up to 3 minutes. Nobody? Okay, so then we'll go to Zoom. First, we have a phone number ending in 9902.
Good
You
evening.
will
My
have
name
up to
is
3 minutes to give your public comments.
Thank you very much. My name is Nina Beatty. The Army is planning a burn at Fort Ord this fall. Fort Ord is a National Priorities List Superfund area, as you know, the worst of the worst, according to even the compromised EPA. And Fort Ord may exceed the contamination and harm caused by notorious Camp Lejeune. The Associated Press and New York Times reported recently on this, as has militarypoisons.org and other research-based websites. The toxic exposures, including from Agent Orange, PFAS compounds, and groundwater plumes, the people who've gotten cancer from the water on base, the extensive lead dust at Fort Ord Dune State Park without warning notices. Fort Ord burn smoke contains dangerous toxins such as dioxin, herbicides, munitions, white phosphorus, even chemical weapons, as well as the toxins in poison oak. This fire will sicken people wherever the smoke blows, as past fires have done, and its debris falls out. The cinders and embers are also a fire and injury risk. Burns kill wildlife, snakes, lizards, mice, insects, young birds and mammals, and anything that can't flee, and they destroy habitat. Militarypoisons.org posted an article this week on the burn hazards. The Army chose to have a meeting tonight at the library, the same night as your city council meeting. Apparently, they don't want you to be there to provide your perspective, experience, and facts. In 2003, the Army claimed of a burn at Fort Ord, no contaminants associated with detonation of unexploded ordnance and explosives were detected. This means that smoke, ash, and debris from this fire at Fort Ord was no different than it would have been from a fire anywhere with similar vegetation. This is not credible. Despite the known toxins and Superfund status, Monterey County and its health department look the other way. The burns must stop. Please petition the EPA, which has jurisdiction, to stop these reckless burns permanently. If EPA won't respond, please collaborate with local communities to sue the EPA. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And our next speaker is Denise Turley. Denise, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Welcome to Mr. Simon Bull. A wonderfully brief, yet certainly piqued my interest. Loved his art, and nice to hear that that is happening. Just want to put a little plug in for had an interesting conversation today with the person from Marina about fireworks and what's going on there. And anyway, looking forward to that event and having more conversation how it could be made more successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. One more chance for anybody who would like to give public comments. On Zoom, raise your hand, or here, come up to the podium. Seeing none, we'll close public comments. And that will take us to item 10, the consent agenda. Council, is there anything that you would like to ask, clarify questions for, or an item that you would like to pull for further discussion? Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to pull it, but I wanted to thank staff for item J3, which is the quarterly sales tax revenue report. And I was pleasantly surprised with the grocery store. It was increased by 48%, which I thought was interesting. It was above the state and the county average. So I'm hoping that maybe that was Trader Joe. Yeah, look, Trader Joe's is coming through. So thank you, Miss Hannah, for that report.
And thank you for pointing that out, because that was a pleasant surprise. I agree. So, and then we have our Mayor Delgado on Zoom.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There are 3 or 4 items on consent relating to Marina Station, including 10G1, 10G2, 10I1, and maybe one other. And my very brief question is, do these have any relevance to the restoration plan of approximately 100 plus acres? I don't believe they do. I looked through them, but I just want to ask before we approve them.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I can respond to that. This is Allison, Planning Manager. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Allison.
Great.
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Thanks for that question, Mayor. The only thing that gets triggered by the recordation of this first phase, phase 1-2 final map, is entering into the conservation easement itself. So that is the next step that will have to happen now that this first phase 1 and 2 final map is being recorded.
Okay, thank you. I have discussed at a previous public meeting, City Council, and with some private biologists, that I hope that, and with the developer, Dustin, I hope that we can avoid spending a few $1 million or more unsuccessfully on a restoration plan, rather that we get the heads together that need to be brought together so that those millions can be spent with a better chance of success. I just don't want to waste anyone's dollars, especially in these amounts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anything else you would like to pull from consent agenda?
Yes, I would like to pull for a later meeting. So I guess pulling it off of this agenda so we have more time to discuss. I spoke about this with Mayor Pro Tem yesterday or today, that 10G4 regarding the monitoring plan for Hilltop Park, if we could discuss that at a later date, but if not, then tonight. I just thought we might not get to it tonight if I pulled it for tonight's discussion.
Okay. I see Councilmember Biala's. Is this about this item? Okay.
The consent agenda.
Okay, but not about
No.
10. Okay, so we handle this first.
Yeah, there's no rush on that.
Yes, so I can make,
G4, so we can put it off to another.
so I can
meeting.
make a motion to move, to pull it from the agenda and add it to an agenda for a future meeting. Can I please get a second?
Second.
This is for item 10G4.
So just to clarify, this is a motion to table 10G4 to a later meeting.
Yes. So Anita, can we please get a roll call?
Just one brief
Councilmember-
comment. I'm sorry for discussion.
Councilmember Biella.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see. Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Just want to thank Lane and Guido for answering the questions on this matter that I sent them today. Appreciate that.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams.
Hi.
Councilmember Biella.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
Fisher, Mayor Delgado.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Councilmember Biala?
Yes, this is still on the consent agenda.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great. I just want to make a brief comment also on 10J2 on the top 25 producers. I have to say that I am pleasantly surprised also at Brass Tap, which is a new restaurant bar that opened up, I think less than a year ago. Has been a year?
It's been a year this month.
Yes, so that is incredible that they have catapulted up to the top 25 producers, which says a lot about new businesses coming to Marina and the success that they can bring. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. I don't know if it's a coincidence that I happen to live at walking distance of both of those. Okay, so let's see. Oh, we need to make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item 10G4. Thank you.
I so move.
Second.
Okay, Anita, can we please get a roll call?
Member McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Biella.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes. And before we go to public hearings, I remembered that we will first now take item 13A, other action items. Oh, sorry, 13. Oh, yeah, it was good. 13A, thank you. Adopting a resolution approving a sales tax revenue sharing agreement between the city and Unstoppable Automotive to assist in covering high site development and construction costs associated with developing a Mercedes-Benz automobile dealership in Marina. And our city manager will
Great.
lead this.
Thank you. So what we have scheduled tonight, we have the Unstoppable Automobile Group, and they have a presentation later on. We have Karen Tiedemann, who is our attorney that's been advising us for decades on issues related to former Ford Ord and has worked on many of these incentive agreements in the past. We also have Debbie Kern online, and she is the consultant with Kaiser Marston that has put together the economic feasibility analysis for us. And there's one other item that we had a supplemental staff report and that we submitted late today, and we apologize for that. It came up over the weekend, and because of some time constraints with both the Dunes and the Unstoppable Group, we put it on the agenda tonight. And we know that you haven't had a chance to look at that in depth, but we'll kind of go over that a little bit in the presentation. So Doug, if you can just pull up the presentation briefly, and I'm going to highlight some things, and then we'll turn the time over to Karen Tiedemann to go in a little bit more detail about the sales tax sharing agreement that is proposed. And then Debbie Kern will go into a little bit more detail regarding the economic feasibility study. So what we have is the Unstoppable Automotive Group. They have purchased the Mercedes-Benz dealership, and they're looking to locate it here in Marina. Next slide. What they are wanting to do, they have an agreement with the Dunes to purchase some property to build their dealership on that land. They've been working with our planning staff for several months now and with the Dunes on going through a pre-application process. It went to our tree committee. There's some trees that need to be removed. It went last week to our tree committee and they recommended approval, and that will go to our planning commission next. And so this is just one part of a long process that's been going on for several months. The dealership that they're proposing to build is about $40+ million, and it's extremely expensive. And because of that, they have approached us and are requesting a sales tax sharing agreement to help offset some of the capital investment cost. And you can go next slide. Now, the city doesn't really have a formal established policy on economic incentives. We really don't have that many. And that's a policy decision of the council down the road. But we're out there to help any developers, business owners as they come in and they want to expand and grow their businesses in Marina. Now, the former Ford property just has some unique constraints in those properties. And that's why when you see all around the peninsula, so many of the Army's former properties are still vacant. They're extremely difficult to build just because of these constraints. One of the constraints is existing blight that is very expensive to remove it, a lot of lead and asbestos. The other major constraint is there's a requirement put on that first generation private sector construction has to pay these prevailing wages. And typically, and this has been consistent across the board that all the developers have said it, these prevailing wages almost double the construction cost to these projects. And that is what really drives it up and makes it difficult to pencil out. And so in the past, the Dunes development, the city really did an incentive package with them, and it created back when redevelopment agencies were legal, and Karen worked with the city in forming this agency, and the Dunes was a big recipient of that project. And we call it the property tax increment. So the property tax growth that is rebated back to the Dunes from day one once they started developing, and it will continue till 2045. A little bit beyond that. And what that does is that helps to give a revenue stream to offset these extremely expensive construction and infrastructure costs. Without that incentive agreement, the Dunes project wouldn't be here at all today. And so another example is Sea Haven project that's building really well right now. The original developer was Marina Heights, and to help that development pencil out, they have affordable housing requirements. Initially had a 40% requirement, and that was just impossible for these projects to build out. So the city took upon a lot of the affordable housing obligations of this project and transferred them to Abrams and Preston Park. And so each of these projects, as we go through it, you're going to see they're a little bit unique. And so everyone we look at the merits if it's needed and the benefits that it'll bring to the city, and then the council decides whether or not they want to move forward. We did a package with the Marina Spring Hill Suites Hotel, and that again was to help them with some of their upfront capital cost. The deal was put together, but ultimately they did not meet their timelines, and so that incentive agreement never materialized. We had one with the Cinemark movie theater, and again they came in and they said, and this was our corporate said, it costs double to build a theater here than it does anywhere else. And so they had a certain model that we had to meet, and we split that differential with the Dunes, and that was the incentive. And part of that, the idea with the Cinemark was it would spur growth and development in a lot of different areas, and would help our restaurants, would help the homes, and that has absolutely fulfilled it. The last major one that we talked about was Joby Aviation, and they're out here at our airport. And they've been trying to build a big 225,000 square foot manufacturing hangar, and they we're trying to build a 1,000,000 square foot one, and it just wouldn't pencil out. And so they ended up going to Dayton, Ohio with that project. But they got a big incentive from the state, a $10 million Cal Compete grant, and that is what has allowed that manufacturing plant to move forward. And they'll be getting their their certificate of occupancy in the next month or two. And so that one is moving along. But I put this out there just to help you understand that these are all properties of the former Fort Ord. None of them would have moved forward without some type of assistance package. Next slide, please. So the location that they're proposing is on the far corner of the Dunes development. It's on First Avenue and DeVarty Street. And Light Fighter is just right next to it. And so DeVarty is the boundary between Marina and Seaside, and it backs up to Highway 1, and that is where their proposed site that they're proposing to purchase the land from the Dunes development. Next slide. On a high level, what they're requesting in the revenue sales tax sharing agreement is 50% of the 1% local share of our sales tax. And the initial proposal in the packet that went out Friday was for a period of 5 years. And it was listed that way because in our discussions with the Unstoppable Group, their target was a $5 million incentive to close the gap that they needed. And they believed that they could achieve that within 5 years. The assumption that they were making was that they were splitting 50% of the sales tax of the 1.5% sales tax. And that was an incorrect assumption. And as the packet went out and over the weekend, we kind of clarified that issue. And that's when they requested that, and we explained that that 1.5%, that's a district tax, and it doesn't apply to vehicles at all. And so that's when we came back and wanted to clarify with the council, and their new proposal is, can they just have a cap of $5 million, not the 5 years? And Debbie Kern projected out that at their projections, it would be another 2 years for them to reach that 5 million. And so that's the big change from the agreement that was out on Friday, and the supplemental that you got in your packet late this afternoon was, instead of the 5-year cap, that the assumption was that they would hit it in the staff report. When we calculated, we said it would be 3.5 million. That's when it really became apparent that there's a differential. And their new proposal is a cap on the 5 million, but no cap on the years. Next slide. And these are all figures that were developed by Debbie Kern, and she might go into more detail about this, but this is just on their proposal based on the sales that they're projecting. This is how much the 50% of the 1% sales tax that they would expect to get. And so over cumulative, over the 7th year, that's when they believe that they'll hit that 5 million. And you can see how they're, it's like any new business, they're expecting to come in, and their revenue and their market base is going to increase significantly over time, or that's what they project. Next slide. And this shows the overall benefits to the city of Marina. When we talk about one of the top priorities of the council has always been to expand our tax base and bring in economic development and create jobs. And you don't often get businesses like this that will generate this type of revenue growth for a city. And when we look at our future, and we're adding a lot of infrastructure, a lot of parks, and we have these plans to improve our facilities and the upkeep of the facilities and our infrastructure. And it takes tax dollars to be able to do that. And so businesses like this give us the opportunity to make big jumps in our tax base. And so what this reflects is, from the sales tax, the first column shows this is the portion of the sales tax that we would get over that 7-year period. So they will get their 5 million. We would get 6.7 million. And then the next column is the additional 1.5 sales tax that our voters approved. And that doesn't go to them, but that comes to the city. And the reason this doesn't go to them is there's a provision in state law that says vehicles, even though they're bought in Marina, if they're registered outside Marina, that's the agency that collects the sales tax on that. And so we don't get a sales tax on the vehicles that are purchased and registered out there. But the parts and things like that, we do collect money from our Measure N. And so that would be 1.5 million or 1.5%. Over the 7 years, we're projecting 1.8 million. We have a business license tax, and over the 7 years, that would generate 2.5 million. And on our vehicle in lieu funds, our fees, it's a portion of the property tax, that would be another 500,000. And so the new direct, this is not the indirect revenue, and Debbie Kern can talk more about the indirect revenue, but the direct revenue from this business would be $11.6 million in this same 7-year time period that we would be splitting the sales tax, that they would get $5 million. Now, there's another part that we cover in the staff report that we don't include in here is part of our sales tax comes from a county pool. And the percentage that we get from the county pool is based on our overall sales tax that we collect. And as our sales tax base increases, then our percentage of the county pool increases. And so a big sales tax generating business like this will have a huge positive impact on our county pool. And there's a lot of different factors in the pool, but our sales tax in the pool could increase anywhere from 100,000 to 400,000 a year based on a business like that. I think that's the last slide. I think that's it. So that kind of concludes my overall presentation. We'll turn the time over to Karen Tiedemann. She can go into more details on the agreement.
Good evening, Karen Tiedemann with Goldfarb and Lippman. It's nice to see you all in person. It's been a while. The city manager gave you the basics of the agreement. It is a sales tax revenue sharing agreement where 50% of the 1% sales tax would be paid to the dealership. There are some conditions on that. First of all, before they can collect any revenue, they have to spend at least $40 million on the facility. The premise of giving the dealership the sales tax sharing is the fact that, as the city manager indicated, the cost of this facility is significant and the revenues to be generated from it don't really justify the investment that's required. So we need to ensure that they actually have hit that threshold, because that's where we have predicted that there are problems with meeting the investment expectations. They also have to start construction by January 1st of 2026, and they have to complete construction within 15 months after starting. So this should be a relatively rapid construction process moving the project forward. Additionally, of course, they have to continue to operate during the term of this agreement. So if for any reason they cease to operate, we would cease to provide sales tax revenue. Just a couple other changes we wanted to note that were made from the agreement that was in the packet that was sent out on Friday and the agreement that we distributed today. As the city manager mentioned, there was a change from a 5-year term to a $5 million cap. We did also change the payment periods from an annual payment to a quarterly payment. The city does receive sales tax in a manner that makes the quarterly payment feasible, and that was requested by the developer. And then we did also put in a provision to require that the dealership in Marina be the point of sale for sales tax reporting for all sales from the dealership. So just in case there are sales that may be generated online or elsewhere, we didn't want those sales tax dollars to be attributed to another jurisdiction. So those are the more specific details of the agreement, and I'm happy to answer any questions that any of you might have. And Lane, I don't know if you want Debbie to give her presentation first, and then we can do questions, or.
Yes, I think it'll be best to first do all the
Yep.
presentations and then we'll go to questions. Thank you.
Debbie, you're up.
No, Debbie Kern is on Zoom, and can you please unmute her or promote her too? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Debbie, you have been promoted to to panelist, so you should be able to speak. There you are.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Kern with Kaiser Marson Associates, and I'm happy to be here to discuss the economic analysis that we did in support of this agreement. And we issued a report that is part of your packet. And our report has been prepared pursuant to the requirements of Government Code Section 53803. It's otherwise known as an AB 562 report. And what this report is a requirement that when a city provides a subsidy in excess of $100,000 to a business, you have to issue this report, and it has to be made available to the public prior to the city approving that agreement. And the report has to just really summarize the nature of that agreement, what the costs are to the city. So in effect, what is the amount of the subsidy that you're giving to the developer? And then what are the revenues to the city? What are the goals that the city wants to achieve by providing this subsidy? And then also the number of jobs that will be created by the business. And so that's what's in this report. And Karen, highlighted what the nature of the terms are of the agreement. One thing is that we do also have a requirement that they start construction no later than January 1st, 2026, and that they complete it no later than 15 months after commencement. So the dealership anticipates opening in Marina in 2027, and with being able to sell new cars at that time. As Lane mentioned, the dealership generate a lot of benefits to Marina in terms of enhancing and expanding your economic base, attracting new customers to Marina. The trade area that this dealership will serve is a very large trade area because there are no other Mercedes-Benz dealerships within a broad area. So we go all the way up to Santa Cruz, down to Carmel, and then east almost all the way to. And so that could generate a lot of benefits to Marina, exposure to all of the wonderful amenities and recreational opportunities, et cetera, that Marina has to offer. And it also will help promote the dunes and solidify the dunes development as a major regional retail base. And it also has the opportunity to attract additional dealerships that might want to come and join this Mercedes-Benz luxury dealership in Marina. And Lane highlighted, the revenues, and so they're significant to the city. Over the 7-year period, we're estimating that the city would receive over $11 million cumulative. And then after that $5 million threshold of rebate to the developer is achieved, then all of the tax revenues would be received by Marina, which would increase the city's revenue base in the following years. in terms of jobs, it will actually generate a lot of new jobs. And they estimate that by the time of the 5th operating year, that they would generate over 150 full-time employees would be employed at the dealership, new sales as well as service people. So that is a significant job creation as well. I think that's. I should also mention, in addition to the requirements of the statute for this report, the city also asked us to look at, well, what is the economic justification? Why does this dealership need to be assisted? And as Lane said, it's because the marginal costs of developing at Fort Ord with the prevailing wage requirements, the impact fee requirements. Another is that Mercedes has a lot of specific design requirements, and this will be a very attractive, expensive dealership. And they have to spend over $40 million on this project. And so we looked at what is the typical rent or effective rent in terms of mortgage costs the dealerships pay as a percent of their gross sales, and then compare that to then what would be the amount of a mortgage that this dealership could support based on its projected revenues, which they're projecting very large revenues by selling the Mercedes plus the Sprinter vans and a full complement of electric cars. And their costs are much higher than what is the industry standard for new dealerships. And so that is the reason for the need for this subsidy. And so it in effect will bring down their mortgage costs during the first operating years. And then once this subsidy has retired, then their operating costs and their mortgage costs will be more in line with industry standards. So that's what our analysis did, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and we might come back to you with questions when we. I think the Unstoppable can have their presentation. So first, we would like the Unstoppable representative to present your presentation. I think it was a video. Or...
Yeah, good evening.
Yes.
First of all, I wanted to thank the mayor and the city manager and all the members of the city council for inviting us here this evening. I wanted to also introduce a few people. First of all, we have Jimmy Cahill, who's our general manager of our Mercedes-Benz dealership currently in Monterey. And James Sarvey is another member of our management team. Ken Roycroft, also behind me, that's been working very hard on this project with me. So this evening, we wanted to talk a little bit about our business. Yes, it's under the name Unstoppable, but we have another Mercedes-Benz dealership in Temecula in Southern California. And of course, we've had the Mercedes-Benz of Monterey since the middle of 2023. So we've been in the greater community for a while. It's our responsibility to the manufacturer to take care of what they deem to be our area of responsibility, which includes all the cities surrounding us tonight and extends as far north as towards the ocean, Santa Cruz, and east to Salinas, and then south all the way past Big Sur and further down. So it's a lot of different communities, and it's a big responsibility. A lot of what we do is governed by the manufacturer, by Mercedes-Benz USA. And for example, they, when we were buying the dealership back in 2023, they signed an agreement with us that we would relocate the facility, the business, by 2028. The reason for that is that we're currently in a beautiful facility, but it is a historical building, and it's also landlocked. And so we're unable to change the building in any way, shape, or form. And the actual size of the building is not adequate to do what we hope to do in the city of Marina. In other words, grow a business that takes care of the greater community and all the cities and communities, municipalities, if you will, that surround us. So it's very important to understand that this is part of an agreement that we need to comply with. And also we've been given timelines by Mercedes-Benz in terms of when we'll do this. And they were also actively involved in utilizing urban science to help determine the ideal place for us to have a Mercedes-Benz dealership, which also includes the Sprinter van franchise, which is considered a separate franchise. Not everybody has both. And part of our agreement with them is that they would give us the AMG franchise. Now, all Mercedes-Benz passenger car dealers sell AMG in the United States, all 385 of us. However, there's only a handful of them that are allowed to actually put the AMG sign on the building and get the specialty AMG cars, which typically are the most sought after and the most expensive vehicles, which would help generate even more sales tax, you'll be glad to know. So we have that as a commitment from the manufacturer. We're very excited to share a little bit about our company and our philosophy. First of all, we see ourselves in the people business. We do not really feel as if we're in the car business. Now, that's no disrespect to other car dealers at all. However, for us, while we reside in the automotive space, we really rely on building relationships, first of all, with our guests, who ultimately, hopefully, become our clients. And in order to do that, we have to invest a lot in our people, in our team members, and really train them and make sure that they are able to deliver what we call a world-class guest experience. And the reason for that is this business, when you're in the space that we operate in, is so dependent on how people perceive you, on their goodwill, which is why I want to bring it back to the community. For us to succeed in this community, we really have to have a great relationship with all of the neighbors and people that live and work in the community. Because for us to be successful, we really have to try and hopefully earn their business. And our philosophy is to give back to the community in terms of support for the schools and for various charity groups. We also host a lot of events at our Mercedes-Benz dealership in Temecula, which we were fortunate enough to have the mayor visit yesterday. And so we would like to do the same thing if we move forward with this development. We would like to be able to extend that opportunity, not only to the city members, but also to other businesses or groups in the community that live and work in the community. So moving forward, it's important for us to emphasize that we have to work with Mercedes-Benz. We need to work with the city. Obviously, we've worked very hard with Don, who's here tonight. I emphasize this is a project where everybody's working together in harmony, in synergy, and I think that's very important to us. Ken and I have always said that we want to work with people we like and that we want to be in places we enjoy. And we've stayed true to that philosophy for all the years that we've been working together. Temecula has been in business now 11 years. That's been a great partnership, continues to be such. We're actually expanding down there as well, in right next to our existing facility in the near future. So it's important that we're able to count on each other, to rely on each other to move this forward in a positive fashion where everyone can benefit, and hopefully we can grow a highly respected business with a good reputation in the city of Marina. So we're asking for the council members' support this evening in moving forward with our request. And before we do that, I think Ken would like to show a video, give you an idea of what the project looks like. And this, of course, is for people that may not have seen this. So if we can do that. And Ken, if you want to add anything, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. We've met through Zooms and so forth. It's been a great process. As Garth said, we've known each other a really long time, 32 years. So when we say we feel this way, it's tenured. we believe in really working with people we really like and enjoy. That's how we build our business. That's how we build our teams. That's how our employees interact with us. I think Bruce could probably concur that visiting our dealership. How did you find us? Did you find everybody gracious and genuinely happy to be there? We embrace life a little bit different than the typical auto business. Like he said, it's all about building relationships internally and externally. It's how we are every day. It's a 10-year long relationship, not something new for us. And so if you could show the video, please, I'll hopefully be able to catch it because it moves faster than I can possibly talk, which is crazy, but it's true. We think of this as a community center more than a retail operation. We want to attract people to be interactive with us. We want to bring more people to the Marina development. We want to bring more tax dollars to the city as a whole, not just from our business. And it's been said down in Temecula, I live in Temecula, I'm a resident there. It's like literally going to the cities, like going to meet my cousins. We get along so well because we've done so much in the community, talking schools, charities, you name it, we're there. It's the way it should be done. It's an old school way of doing business. Now, I apologize for this video. This is a rendition by our architectural firm, who's a world-class architectural firm. But they did, is there a way to slow that down a little bit? Do you know how to do that with speed? Because I'll never keep up with this. I need helium for that. If you look, the trees are not Monterey cypress, but this is to capture the view coming around Light Fighter and what it would look like as you come around that corner. It's really about an entry into Marina. We've also proposed and had some conversations, which we still have to come to see if that's going to happen citywide. We showed Bruce this when we have a City of Temecula sign. We are the first property in Temecula as well when you go from Murrieta to Temecula on the 15. We'd like to do the same type of thing here in this property. So therefore, we have the city of Marina. They know they've arrived to this area. They've crossed a magic line, and it brings in that new development into the dunes, et cetera. And so if you look here, one thing we want to call attention to, typically when you think of a car lot or a car dealership, there's usually a back of a house, dumpsters, flat cinder block. The car lot Jenny mentioned on our time we chatted. You don't really see a car lot. When you come down, you're going to pull into the dealership now. It comes down to a more ground level. You'll see as we go around this, it's very aesthetic on every corner. The goal for us has always been to make it more like a hotel experience than a bricks and mortar car dealership, if that makes any sense. I like to make the impression there's no gorillas on the roof of the inflatable guys with the arms waving. It's not what we do. So here's how you pull into the showroom, and that's a service drive with those doors as well. As you can see, it's a very high-end design. It's almost like an art gallery as opposed to a typical auto dealer. This design is a new evolution design from Mercedes-Benz. This is what is advocated for us. We have to do this. This is the next wave of Mercedes across the country. So this will be a work of art nationally, which will get a lot of attention as well. So as you come around, if you look at this top, we joke like to say it's a surfboard on top, but if you think about that point you're going to come around to right now is what you'll see from around that corner at Light Fighter. It'll also be a crow's nest, basically, of cars on a circular pad, if you will. And that right in front of it could be the City of Marina sign if that was so desirable. So this is the view I'm speaking of. Within that dealership, as Garth mentioned, there's 3 different franchises. We've got our passenger cars, which is obvious, Sprinter, and we also have the AMG boutique, if you will. That's all self-contained. Now, this is what I want to call attention to. And if you could pause the video, not yet, you'll see you're coming up to a deck over here on the left, on the top corner. You see they were nice enough to put people in there, which is nice of the architectural firm. So we actually have a deck just like this on either side of the building. If you could pause that right there, it'd be great. Thank you. So this is just for things like community fundraisers, charity fundraisers, anything to do help the community. We work together. That's what we want to do. It's what we enjoy the most, probably, besides maybe making a living. And so there's one in the front and one in the back. Why, you ask? Wind, cold, fog. So we have one overlooking the dunes. We have one overlooking the ocean. So we can use either one or both, if necessary, to be able to do something of merit. So as we visualize as a city, if we're not kind enough to be with your city, where is Marina go? 5 years, 10 years, 12 years, 15 years? What can we do with that type of, space, if you will, to do something special, to invite them to the city? It's just a different way to look at the business. We've always done that. Again, I've known him. I've lived here 33 years in California from Boston. I used to live on Cape Cod for a while with my family, so I understand here. I've watched that grow as well. Some cities did it well, some didn't. and you had to kind of keep the Cape Cod feel and still have a family home there. You had to keep the Cape Cod feel. This is really what Marina is about. Bruce was very gracious to have a great conversation with us down there. And we really feel it that it has to be embraced here, which we get where you're coming from. I do. I'm there. I'm going to see my aunts in a couple of weeks. And so there's a way to do this, and it has to be done in a way that keeps all the charm and natural essence of what Marina is, but there still has to be tax dollars to do that, right? To take care of kids, family, community, et cetera. And that's what we provide. So if you can continue this, I want to show a little bit more in the back of the house, and I'll drop the mic. Unless you have questions. You can speed up a little bit. It's painfully slow. Yeah. So if you look here, so even if this is the back, typically the back of the house, if you will, like the back of a department store, there's no back. So if you look as we come around the corner, this is the back of the service drive. This is the service center. And as you see, even still in this design, if this is what is the end design, there's actually a car display. This is a car wash, believe it or not. It's hidden behind cypress trees. You would never know that's a car wash tunnel, right? But we have to wash cars, is what we do. This nice little building here, never know what it is. That's actually our detail center. And close to the elements. So if you look, this is kind of concludes the video, and there'll be much more detailed as we go down the line with you guys. This is what we received. We're very impressed because we want to be able to kind of give an essence to what we do. So that's why it's so expensive, and that's why it's going to be a challenge to build. But meanwhile, it's really going to put a kind of a cornerstone for us if you allow us to do that. So any questions, obviously, but really appreciate you listening.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your presentation, Cart and Ken. And thank you for being available to answer questions.
Thank you. We're available. And also Jimmy Cahill has been a local resident, as I said, originally from Santa Cruz, grew up here, has a lot of history that he can talk about, just in case anyone has any questions for him as well. And we're very proud to, it was very difficult to get Jimmy, almost as difficult as trying to do this. So I can assure you, it took us about a year, I think. Thank you so much.
We feel very special. Thank you. So we usually go to the public first, but Council and Mayor, if you have any clarifying questions already, that might help the public to, before they ask questions. Okay, Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you. And thanks so much for the presentation. I have a question regarding the name of the business. So in the conceptual site plan, it says Mercedes of Marina. And then on the video, it says Mercedes of Monterey. So what is the name of the business?
Would love to answer the question. The video was done some time ago by our architects. And as you know, the current name, and it goes back about 75 years, is Mercedes-Benz of Monterey. Anything we would do, and certainly we can discuss this, we would have to get approval from Mercedes-Benz. So they have the ultimate naming rights approval if anything was ever to be changed. So we're open to discussion. It's not something that I can commit to because it's not within my domain or authority to do so. But yes, we're open to all kinds of discussion. And I actually tried to call Bobby Aitman today from Mercedes-Benz. He was in a meeting in New York to have that exact discussion because I knew it might come up. So let's see what we can do and how we can work together to achieve something that will work for Mercedes, for the city, and for us.
Do you have any other locations in cities that are not named after the city that they're in?
We only have Mercedes-Benz of Temecula. That's the only other location, and Mercedes-Benz of Monterey. And then, you know, most of those were either ground up like Temecula was, or ones that we purchased. For example, the Audi Mission Viejo dealership that was already there. We purchased that in 2021.
Okay. So for me, it would be really silly to have like a City of Marina sign and then it says Mercedes of Monterey. And if you're coming to the community, please be proud of our community, and be proud to be here because every day as a resident, a lot of us commute onto the peninsula. And I mean, I don't necessarily want to see Mercedes of Monterey on my way home to Marina. So that's just something that I wanted to share.
Yeah, definitely well noted. Thank you.
And then my other couple of questions are for staff. Who will be responsible for tracking the conditions of the agreement, and how will the payments be monitored and documented, and whether they're quarterly or annually?
Karen Tiedemann can answer this one.
Yeah, so in terms of tracking the conditions of the agreement, we'll work with your city manager to make sure the conditions are met before any payments are made. And then the finance director will track the payments, and there is a requirement in the agreement that there be annual reports prepared of the total sales tax. So that'll be monitored through the reporting process.
Great. And then, and I might be wrong with this information, but it's my understanding that isn't typically the quarterly sales tax that's paid like in the rears. So how would we be paying?
Right. So you're going to be making quarterly payments, but your quarterly payments are going to be 90 days after the end of each quarter.
Check.
So that tracks when you get your payments from the state, and then it gives your finance department time to go through those payment reports and calculate the correct amount.
Okay. So we're not like
Not
prepaying or
immediate-
trying to
no.
guess or
No,
estimating.
the
Okay.
agreement's very clear. You are only paying after you have received the payments.
Okay. Okay,
So-
great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember McAdams, for those questions. Let's see if Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I just wanted to get a clarification because, I haven't been to the site for a little bit, but the actual lot that belongs to the dunes, are they taking the whole lot or only partial of that lot?
Probably Don Hofer, Ken can handle that.
This is Mr. Don Hofer from Shea.
Happy to answer that. Don Hofer with Marina Community Partners and Shea Homes. Thank you, council. The agreement would be, it would be the 6 acres on the south end of what's called Op 3. And that would leave roughly 4 acres to the north of that would be remaining. 4.5 acres remaining that would be north of that between this Mercedes dealership and the future bus terminal for the surf line. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor Delgado, I cannot see if you have your hands raised.
Yeah, I thought this was a time just for clarifying questions, so I was waiting for the public. I have a bunch.
Yeah, just for only short questions, yes. Okay, thank you. Then we'll go out to the public now. Is there anybody in the room here who would like to give public comments? You will have up to 3 minutes. Nobody in the room. Then we'll go to Zoom. The Zoom attendees, if you would like to give public comments, please raise your Zoom hands. Is it working? Okay, we might be done before midnight. Okay, so seeing nobody on Zoom or in the room who would like to give public comments, I will close public comments. And now it will be open to the council, including our mayor on Zoom. Please let me know if you have any more questions or discussion. Okay, let's first go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm happy to start us off with just a couple of general comments. First, to Mercedes, thanks for showing interest in Marina. We have actively been trying to pursue, additional revenue sources and diverse revenue sources, right, for a long time. And so for me, I was excited when I first heard of this proposal, and full disclosure, that it was some time ago, because it does check a lot of boxes. That doesn't mean I don't have concerns, and I'll get into those, but a genuine thanks. I mean, I think that, as the developer for Shea has mentioned before, the center of the universe really is moving closer and closer towards Marina every day. And that's something we're excited about. We hope you're excited about. And quite frankly, that lot is an absolute goldmine, my words, for any business that goes there, because of the views from the highway, because of the visibility that it has. And I also think that those views are to some extent in the public domain too, right? Like, I think that we would obviously want to be very careful that we're not prohibiting other folks from taking away from others, so that, right, that lot could have all of that. But having said that, I think the design is stunning. Quite frankly, it wasn't what I was expecting when I saw it about a month ago, just because I have seen your Monterey facility and just in my head, right? Like, I guess I just assumed that there were some similarities. But either way, it's stunning and it's very exciting for the city. Yeah, so I think, I do have some fairly low level concerns, and I'm just going to kind of articulate them now and maybe dive into them a little bit deeper after hearing what my colleagues have to say. And those are things like site and architectural review. Our current process, I believe, and I would have to check with staff, but has this going through Planning Commission as a final approval. And there are still some questions that don't show in your renderings, right? Because as we know, a rendering isn't a contract, it's not an approval process, but things like the fill level, like what lighting is going to look like. And these are things that the council may not otherwise have input in. But as part of this process, I think there might be an opportunity. So again, I might dive into that a little bit deeper after I hear from the rest of the council. But overall, I'm just really excited to be having this conversation and quite frankly, really grateful. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Okay, Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to say, in terms of that particular area, for the longest time, the county supervisor's office was there, and I had to go there for meetings and stuff. And it is a lone building in a deserted area of Marina. Across the street were this horrible concrete slabs broken up and piled high. And pretty much, it was a deserted area. So the kind of lot that's being chosen, I think it becomes a catalyst for actually making something productive, something more beautiful in that area. And so, I'm particularly pleased that it's being proposed in an area that, quite frankly, was very blighted. And now we have Kaiser in the same area, who apparently bought, significant land there for either a hospital or outpatient. I'm not sure exactly what's going to go there, but they will create another a space for productive space. And then with a Mercedes dealership, and it looks like there's some area in that lot that could still be built on. And so I'm just curious about what kinds of other things could go on that lot. And maybe it's Mr. Hofer that would have some ideas, just so that the public can begin to have a vision with all of us too, that it's not going to be lay fallow. And I think that having that kind of dealership there will inspire other folks to also come to that area. I know this is not specifically about the Mercedes, but it does have in terms of economic viability for Marina and for that area. Can I ask for a little comment from?
Thank you. I think that's okay. Yeah. So, Mr. Hofer, would you mind answering Councilmember Biala's question about the still vacant lots, opportunities for that?
No, of course. So there's a total of 26 acres in the southerly, what we call OP3, OP4 business park at the Dunes. And so as Councilmember Biala has indicated, 10 acres was just sold to Kaiser. There is the 6 acres that Mercedes is looking at, another 4 acres just north of that site, and then collectively another 6 acres and 2 other sites that sort of are on either side of the current county building. And so it's always been contemplated that the combination of all that land would be a business center with office or multiple use designation is what it is in the specific plan and in your zoning. And so that could be retail uses like a dealership. We are hopeful that with a level of architectural design that Garth and Ken are looking to bring to the community, that really sets the bar in that area very high. Ginsler is a world-renowned architect, couldn't be happier with them. And I think that leads to other businesses in the area that hopefully would, reach to that level also. There's always the possibility that we could see another smaller dealership express interest in the 4-acre site to the north, or any of the other sites in the area. We do have another medical use that is expressing interest in the area. And so it seems to be gaining momentum in terms of medical or that, and of course, this pretty high-end development, which is really nice. Also, I'll point out that across from the Kaiser site on the south side of DeVarty is the future Seaside courthouse facility. So that's a family law court facility that's being promoted by the state's Office of Judicial Council. Thank you. So that is moving forward also. So there'll be a new court building there also. So it's really developing to be a nice area.
Thank you for that information.
Yes,
And
thank you very much.
I have more, but I think my 5 minutes might
Okay,
be up.
you were going to keep track. Oh yeah, we had a deal here. We were going to try to keep track of the 5 minutes rule that we have. So first I'll go out to Mayor Delgado on Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd first like to disclose some of the ex parte, third-party conversations I've had with folks. I spoke today with Monterey Mayor Tyler Williamson, also a Kaiser Permanente representative. Had a couple of in-depth conversations with our Mayor Pro Tem, Elizabeth Fisher. I've had some interaction with staff via email. Yesterday morning, I sent about 18 questions. I don't think they have sent me a response. So I've checked my email. So I'll have to go through those tonight if I don't see them in my email box. I did visit Garth Blumenthal, the CEO, and Ken Roycroft, the VP of Operations and Acquisitions, yesterday at their Temecula Mercedes facility. And they were gracious enough to spend about 45 minutes to give me a tour of their parts department, the city of Temecula sign out front, how the landscaping was done around the building. And I met many of their employees, and it stood out to me that collectively, to a person, these employees seemed upbeat, engaged, sort of, they were with it. It was I don't want to say happy employee, but they seemed to be happy employees, and that meant a lot. You don't always see that in any retail facility. So that was really left its mark on me. So that's top down. That doesn't happen unless there's something going on good with the people running the operation. So to Garth and Ken, good job there. I was a little confused in the initial finances provided tonight. I saw $11.6 million. It's a new figure for the new 7-year give back program to make $5 million. So my question is, if there's 11.6 million coming in and we give back 5 million in the first 7 years, the remainder was 3.195 million. And it seemed like 11.6 minus 5 would be more than 3.195. So can that be clarified?
Okay, City Manager Lehman.
We can have Debbie Kearns clarify that.
The 11.6 million is already net of the 5 million to the dealer. So that is the net sum to this cumulative to the city over 7 years. So the total, inclusive of what the dealer would be getting so it would be 11.6 plus the 5. So it would be 16.6.
Okay. What did the 3.195 million figure represent?
Of the prior analysis?
It was shown tonight on the same slide as the 11.6 million. The 5 million wasn't shown on that slide, so I assumed that was how you got to 3 million, but it didn't.
Yeah, so So what the chart showed was every year, their total revenue from the sales tax to Measure N to the gross receipts from business license to the VLF. And so year one is 882,000. That is the total net additional revenues, direct revenue the city would get. But you can see as the business grows, so by year 7, the city would net $3.195 million a year.
That year.
That just represents
Oh,
the
okay.
growth of the business.
That's
for
that year.
alone.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to be general now, and then my 5 minutes will be up. I'll come back. My concerns are the impact this might have slowing down another important development, the hotel on Deck Hill, its time frame. If this project goes first in the queue, does that have any deleterious effects on the hotel at Deck Hill, which will bring in $2 to $3 million a year? And we've been working on that for a while. My other concerns, we saw the computer simulation, and it's not meant to be accurate at this time. And I look forward to a computer simulation, not to derail this deal tonight, but maybe we can make an agreement on the side of tonight's approval that we will get as soon as possible an accurate computer simulation, because I'm concerned about the overall visual impact, aesthetics, trees from Highway 1. And then also the amount of trees being taken down and not salvaged or relocated. I'd like to talk about that. And the disclosure documents that I believe Mercedes said that they would be willing to offer up to show that we're not stealing this from any other city, that the disclosure documents, letters with Mercedes would show that they are going to relocate no matter what we do tonight. It may not be to Marina if we don't, approve this, but they are going to relocate from Monterey. So I want to talk about those disclosure documents. I love the gateway idea, such as they did a great job in Temecula with their Temecula gateway sign. And I would hope, of course, it would be consistent with the design we have for our other gateways, our gateway monuments, and it might be the first gateway monument to go in, but I hope that it's consistent with what we're thinking design-wise with our other gateway monuments. Overall, I hope that we can both have our cake and eat it too, that this can be a high visibility for business. It can also be obvious that we're giving it a lot of attention to natural detail and beauty of our community to maintain that. So thank you, and I'll talk about my questions next time around.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we go to answering questions, Councilmember McAdams, no? Would you like to answer these right away? And then I'll speak. You only had, yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so so thank you all for your presentations and for answering questions, and staff for all the reports and presentations. And just like our mayor, when I saw the computer simulation, which is awesome, but I don't think it was accurate with the trees that I see in the plan, because I was happy to see in the conceptual plan that there will be 9 Monterey cypress trees planted on the lot, and 2 on either side when at the entrances on First Avenue, but I didn't see that in the simulation. So it would be good to, if you have a chance to update that, to make it as real as possible. And let me see here. Now that I'm talking about trees, I'll get detailed here, but I would like to thank the tree committee members. They take their job very seriously. They had an on-site visit, and then they asked some questions for their meeting about 4 specific trees, seeing if 4 more trees could be saved. The answer was 2 of those no, but 2 other ones maybe yes. So my question will be, if it has to be decided that to take out those 2 trees that are mentioned in the tree committee report, if they still need to be removed, would the developer be prepared to plant, I need to look here, to plant 2 new cypress trees at those locations? Because they're very close to Highway 1, so it will help to still have trees visible from Highway 1. Because as you can tell, our city really loves trees. So I don't know if you want to answer, if you want to commit to that right away on the spot, but. And Councilmember Viala, please time me.
First off, yes, we will do a simulation. That was really early in the process, and we were thankful that Gensler sent it to us. We didn't expect it at all, so they didn't do it to scale. So now that we've Bruce mentioned maybe do a drone footage. It was just too short a notice. You know, have someone really drone it, look at it, and put it into the simulation, which they'll do for us, and we'll certainly circulate once they do. Great idea. Number 2 is in regards to the trees. Right now, the 2 trees are under consideration. Right now, they're in a plan that we're looking at, so it's just that we are in the process. We understand this importance. We know that Caltrans has a really, extensive amount of trees in front of a dealership that we've not even had a conversation with them because we don't know what to do in that situation. The only trees that have been, excuse me?
I think it's staying.
Yeah, I think they are staying. Caltrans doesn't move for anybody. However, the only ones we moved were actually we get a flat pad, obviously, and we want the aesthetic. We love the aesthetic of Marina with the Monterey cypress. It's the charm of this area, right? We want to have that tree line. We got to find out how to make it work once we actually get in and start to, doing the development. So we know that we want trees. We'll plant trees if we don't have trees, but we want to make sure we save those 2 if we can. We want to be good neighbors and good partners and good city dwellers, if you will. That's how we don't want to come in and change everything. That's what we're looking for. We're looking to embrace this area, not change the area. So we had a great conversation with Bruce about that as well. Now we just have to and we have learned more about trees in the last few months with Guido than I ever learned in my life. And I used to landscape for 4 summers as a kid. So I knew quite a bit about trees, at least putting them in. Because I've learned more because we want to be good neighbors, right? This is really what it's about. So we'll definitely take that into consideration and see how that works. We do have a visibility issue. It is an auto dealership. We need to sell cars. We want to attract people to come, but we want to make sure it matches the aesthetic of the area. And it's not just a, clean slate of see-through. So we'll make that work and we'll talk to the city about that. So.
Okay. And also any trees that you do plant on your lot, if they fail, you will replace those, keep them in good condition.
Yeah, well, we also have that,
Yes.
we have that aesthetic as well.
You want it to look good.
If you see,
Yes.
we want to make a place really nice, not, we put them in now. It's not just how we operate. We want to make sure it's a first class experience.
Because the existing trees have not been taken care of for probably decades or ever.
Well,
So if you develop the
Mhm.
lots, those trees will be taken care of.
Yes, one thing was great. Don and Doug sent us photos of trees that they've maintained here in the plaza, I guess you'd say. And they look beautiful. Once you trim them up, they're really, really aesthetically pleasing. And so we just have to figure out how that plots on the land, right? Because we're talking about looking at a bunch of trees that we don't know which one's Caltrans and not. I mean, we can kind of see the fence. So we just have to figure out how that's going to unfold, but we're definitely going to play it that way.
Okay, thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. Thank you.
Okay, and my 5 minutes should be up. So
You have 2 more minutes.
Oh, really? Oh, wow, you're generous. Wow, let me see what else I can ask here. Okay. Oh yeah, I did also have and I also would like to disclose that I did have a meeting with the developers, and thank you for that. And I already asked during my meeting that all vehicles should be parked on the lots and no overspill. We all know our neighbor Seaside. It's not good. That's not what we want in Marina. And you agree to that we need to make sure that all the vehicles that are for sale or from the employees or hopefully even the customers, I don't know if you can require that, but at least all the vehicles that you manage will be on the lot. Yes. Okay.
So much money, it's such a big spot of land. We have so much parking. That's made for employees, the cars come in a lot.
Yes, that's why you need a big parking lot. Yes. Okay, thank you. And now I'll go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you. So for me, I don't think it's appropriate that we start like designing the project or negotiating for the dais. So, and with the revised agreement, I didn't open my email till 3:00. I didn't have a day where I could just drop everything and study it and stick my nose in it and give it the time and thorough, all of my notes and prepared comments were about the prior agreement. And so I'm just wondering, what options do we have? You know, I'm hearing different conditions, perhaps. I heard Councilmember McCarthy, maybe design review or, you know, final, okay, comes here versus planning. I feel very strongly about the name. I also like the signage. And I really haven't had a time to wrap my head around the numbers, or understand the quarterly versus annual impact of the payments to the city. So I'm not sure what we do. I mean, I would like to maybe talk about this a little bit. Or do we feel like, I don't want a real time, oh yeah, sure, we'll do the trees and we won't park the cars. Like, no, we're not here to do that. But obviously there are some conditions that need to be vetted through our consultants, you know, perhaps the city attorney, and added to the agreement. I don't know. I'm looking to the city manager.
So you're specifically asking, so we.
Just what are options? What options do we have tonight? Do you want us to real time negotiate stuff on the dais? Or can we submit?
So let me see if I can answer a little bit of your question. So certainly you can move forward with the agreement. You can, as part of the approving the agreement, you can certainly impose conditions. Now, whether those conditions are acceptable to the proponent is a different question. So you'll have to consider that. You can, if you wanted to, you know, propose certain conditions subject to seeing if something can be negotiated and then brought back to council, which is another option.
Thank you for that. And also I apologize, Mayor. The mayor is, you know, had concerns about landscape and trees, et cetera. So I think collectively we have concerns. I know that what is on the agenda is the assistance agreement. And again, for me, just because it was changed pretty dramatically late in the day, I didn't necessarily have time to, I'm not feeling confident that I just didn't have an opportunity to really live and breathe it like I did the prior agreement. So, I don't know. I'm not really sure where to go from here, but I do know also that we're sometimes complicated in our asks. And so, you know, I mean, if we perhaps submit our conditions or what we're thinking, and then the city manager could take an opportunity and also look those over with the consultants, sort of go through which ones would be acceptable to sort of pass on to or include, because maybe the trees aren't something acceptable to put in this type of agreement. I don't know.
We can ask our city attorney.
Yeah, yes, again, you can impose whatever conditions within reason, I guess, but whether those are acceptable ultimately to the proponent is a different question.
Right. So it sounds like there would be some additional negotiating perhaps.
Yeah, so I think what I'm hearing you say is, and if there are some concerns about some of these conditions, rather than negotiate over the diocese, which is always really difficult, that there's some key ones, you could at least frame it and give us the opportunity to go back and meet with the developer and work on these issues and bring it back to the council. What I don't know, and maybe they can let us know, is I'm not sure of their time frame. I know they have certain commitments with Mercedes-Benz of USA. I know they have commitments with the Dunes, and I'm not sure of their schedules on the ability to bring this back for a final decision. So I think that'd be interesting to hear that, and how important is it to make a decision on the incentive tonight versus continue it to a future meeting.
So this is like here we're changing it at 3 o'clock and like take it or leave it?
Well, that's what I'm trying to see is what flexibility the developer has. Hearing your concerns, I want to dive into those numbers a little bit more. Because I don't know what their time constraints and issues are.
Mr. Blumenthal, would you like to come up and answer?
Yeah, I would, although, it's reluctantly, only because I have to be very careful and respectful in terms of what I'm saying. We are honestly behind on this project. If we're going to move forward, we're already behind, and not because of anything that you've done, but just because it's a long process. So, it's a lot of discussions, a lot of negotiations, even before we got to this point. So we really have a date of June 4th as being sort of a final date that we have to complete our deal on the property if we're going to do that, if we're going to move forward in purchasing the property that has been earmarked for this project. And that means close by June 4th. It doesn't mean just decide by June 4th. It means actually physically close. I have dates from Mercedes-Benz, and their date was a start date for grading at a minimum, and we're nowhere near there yet, of June 30th. And their final date was to complete the project by the end of next year. So the end of 2026. Now, once you're underway and once construction is actually happening, if you're making good progress and you're going to end up being a little bit late on your completion date, they'll work with you, because obviously they're not going to be able to stop us when we're halfway through or 3/4 of the way through if we're behind. But we have to have done it in a earnest way and done everything in our power within reason to comply with their dates. So we're working with, obviously, I understand your concerns. A lot of this, I believe, can be worked out. I think the big question is whether or not the city council feels confident enough to make the commitment that we're asking for tonight. That's really important to us. And that means that, yes, I know there were some negotiations. We won't get into how and why, but there's negotiations after the fact. But the same proposal that we presented is, in fact, the dollar amount. That hasn't changed. The only thing that's changed is the time frame has gone from, let's get this done within 5 years. It's been pushed out to 7 years or whenever it happens. It could happen sooner than 7 years. We don't know, because it's a finite dollar amount that's capped. It's not, whatever we do in 7 years, we get to split 50-50. That's not the agreement. In fact, it looked like the 7th year, the amount was $411,000. So it looks like it gets completed actually before 7 years, if those numbers hold up. Now, can I promise you that those numbers will hold up? If I could do that, I'd probably be doing something else for someone else, right? I wouldn't have to do this, which I love to do, by the way. I'm passionate about it, and that's why we called it Unstoppable in the first place, in case anybody is wondering. It was almost like a second opportunity another opportunity to do something different. So we really do, in earnest, ask for you to consider this request this evening, and at least to give us an answer, so that then it's well within our power and ability to work very hard between our attorneys and the city and our development group, if you will, Unstoppable, to try and resolve whatever issues are out there. But the main question is whether or not you're comfortable with the commitment, be it over 5, 6, or 7 years. I hope that helps. Not sure it does. If you have any other questions, I'll try to answer them.
Did that help you?
No.
No, not at all.
I like things in writing.
Yes, I
I
know,
mean,
that's
that's very, I appreciate the sentiment, but I just, that's not gonna help if something happens, right?
Okay.
So, but thanks.
Okay, let's first do another round. Councilmember Biana.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So for me, we have two very reliable and known to us consultants look at this deal, if you will. And to me, whether it's 5 years, 7 years, or a cap, it's, to me, doesn't, won't question for me the addition of a new large revenue source for Marina. That doesn't change. And so I rely on our consultants to say that they have vetted this a new information and it still holds. So I'm perfectly happy with that. I don't see that I would have the ability to now go and question the numbers. I quite frankly wouldn't be able to do that, so I rely on them. So to me, I would feel that we can make that decision tonight, because I think that's the main thing on the agenda. There's a question of design elements, and it seems like several council people would like to be involved in that. And I have to ask our attorney about the process for that, because I certainly don't want to bypass our usual process of the planning commission, making those kinds of recommendations and fully vetting that also, because our 7-member planning commission is extremely detailed and diligent. They've always impressed me when we've had joint meetings. The things that I was thinking I wanted to ask, they have asked. So in some years past, maybe I wouldn't have that kind of confidence, but this group of folks is really diligent. So I wouldn't want for us to now design it when we bypass their authority and their purview. So, but my question is, if the council wanted to have more input at that level of design and conceptual designs or whatever, when is that and how would we do that?
So, just to back up a little bit. So in this context, the council has a lot of discretion in sort of imposing conditions. I mean, and essentially you're making a deal where, you know, the developer's getting certain funding in return for whatever the city gets. And so in this context, you have a lot of discretion. So for example, if it were to go through that process, planning review and planning commission, you could, as a condition of approval or even as part of the agreement, require that
Come back.
design come back here to council.
Yes, and we've done that before.
What would be helpful is to kind of identify sort of the parameters that council would be looking at in terms of that review.
That sounds really good to me, because I think we've done that. But I would like them to do a thorough review first, because that is their role. And that's what we task them to do. And they are advisory to the council. And so that would make sense, rather than for us to start here today doing that and then have it go back. And, so that's.
So in this context, the planning commission would be the last, they would have the final say on sort of the design review. But as a condition of approving this agreement, you could require that it come back to you for design review.
Yes, got it. Okay, that would be my preference, but for today, I'm comfortable with approving the incentive agreement. And I want to just say for the general public, I'm sorry, I haven't been keeping track of the time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead.
Okay. When I look at this and say, in the first year, there's going to be an $882,000 worth of tax revenue to the city. And when I compare our list of the 25 top revenue generators in the city of Marina at this point, that number is quite high compared to all the other ones. So I don't want people to think that, gee, maybe now we're going to get less and whatever. No, that's still a significant dollar amount to the city of Marina when compared to the other top 25 performers. So I just want to keep that perspective for the public. And I am concerned, and this is to the public, understanding that the council's job is not just to look at infrastructure and civic and community kinds of facilities for the public, but we have to have a balanced budget. We have to be responsible for revenues. And I know that sometimes people think that we shouldn't be approving so much development or, this kind of, businesses, and we've had to turn down some based on some, community opposition, but also I see it still as our job. And we have recently made a decision to not have Los Alamos, which was on the top 25. And I worry very much about Marina. We can spend and spend and spend, but if we don't have income, we're going to be putting ourselves in a really tough spot for the future. And as a reminder to the public, basically as a city jurisdiction, we have such limited ways of generating revenue. And I can remind people that it's sales tax. And by the way, Marina generates a lot less sales tax than people in our region. Property tax. And remember that Marina's share of property tax is only 15%. I mean, people think that you guys are building all these things, the dunes, Sea Haven, Marina Station, so you should be swimming in money. We get 15%. It all goes to the state or special districts, and we get the tiny bit. So that's not a huge amount of money for us. TOT is very good to us. We have a mechanism called UTT tax. It's a utilities user tax, UUT tax. And we have opted to not have that anymore. So for a long time, we even can't collect on something that all the other jurisdictions are doing. And then we have the one-time sales from the four-door properties, right? And we have none after this. There is no more for us. And so I just want to say that in this role as council, we have the responsibility and the obligation to figure out ways that the city can continue to have revenue generation to pay for all these wonderful things that we are doing in our community. So having said all that, I think
Thank
my
you.
5 minutes is over.
Thank you, Councilmember
Thank you.
Fiala. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to try to be concise. If I'm lucky, maybe these are my final comments. Kind of here comes my compliment sandwich, right? I talk about how excited I am to be even discussing this opportunity. But I also always try to put myself in the shoes of a resident that, may feel like they're not heard. And I have to say for the record that, and not through any fault of Mercedes or necessarily the city, but extremely disappointed that kind of the terms were kind of changed at the 11th hour. And, I'm okay with it because I feel like I have people in the city, right, that are my bosses, and they may not have been okay with that. So for me, that's a little problematic. I'm okay to kind of work through that tonight and hope that we can get past that, but I really need to say that for the record. I hope, Mercedes, you're hearing some strong desire from the council to partner with you all, and I know this council probably better than you do, and I promise you, if they didn't want to, you would know. And so the conversation will be going very differently. And so I'm excited to kind of generally understand kind of that dynamic as I listen to my colleagues on the council. I think for me, in terms of, you talked about how, yes, you need the view sheds to sell cars. And I think as a council, we understand that, right? But again, it's a super sensitive issue. This is going to be the Temecula sign of Marina, right? The Temecula entryway, where people are going to say, what is that? And they're going to say that's Marina, right? Like, and I'll give you an example that the council's heard before, but we have a card room in Marina, and 50 years ago, there were people that said they didn't even know it was called Marina here. They thought it was called the name of the card room. The city was the name of the card room, Mortimer's, right? Because the identity of the city had become so much of that business. And your business is going to help shape our identity in many ways similar to that. So I was on the planning commission for a couple of years. And so I kind of bring that perspective, and I'm glad to hear the conversation about kind of site and design review elements. And I want to be clear, like my intent, we've seen a preliminary view of what that design might look like. And I think it's beautiful, and I would hope that my colleagues on the council generally agree that that's an acceptable design. So if we go down this road of putting a condition, if the business is even willing to accept it, I want to make it clear that we're not looking at like redesigning a building. We're looking at nuanced things like that weren't identified in the 3D rendering. Things like view sheds, lighting design, and for me, fill. I understand this site is intended to be filled quite a bit. Fill, by the way, for those that don't know, is bringing earth in to raise the level of the site. So it might look like a 2-story building now, but it actually, you know, might be 3 stories by the time. I'm kind of being a little facetious, but it might be much higher by the time you add all of that fill. So for me, I would want to understand exactly what that looks like and what we're kind of getting for our money per se. Is the way I look at it, right? Because at the end of the day, it is a reimbursement of property tax money that we would be sending to the entity. So for me, I think I'm okay with moving, and I don't even know if I'll be here to vote on a motion because again, I have to leave in 30 minutes, but I'm okay with moving forward. But I think a condition has to be a well thought out, kind of subject to final approval by the city council. And the business may even want to appeal to the council anyway, right? They may not be satisfied with what the planning commission has decided on. And so for me, I mean, I'm trying to put myself in the business's shoes. I hope that's not too big of an ask. And I hope that this council, if that's what we end up doing, is very cognizant of their needs to develop a facility that is, one, in line with Mercedes-Benz standards, and 2, helps propel their business to something very successful, but again, also balances the needs of the city of Marina to help us build that identity that we want to build. And we, not just with you, but we've struggled to kind of build that identity. So yeah, I think that would be just my big sticking point. I'm trying to see if I have any notes that I wrote down that I haven't covered because I really don't want you to come back to me, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. So happy to, especially from the council, if anybody wants me to clarify any of my concerns, I'm happy to do so.
Let's see if we can get the vote before you leave. Let's go to our mayor, Mayor Delgado.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I hope tonight that we do what the developer needs most, which is to get the major bones of this financial agreement decided tonight. So $5 million, yes, for me. 7 years, yes. Quarterly reimbursements, yes, it's their money that they're going to get reimbursed, so they should get that, as fast as possible, not wait for a year, if possible, by staff. One of my questions was what the cost and complications there are for staff to do that. So I don't want to put an extra burden on staff that's not reasonable. Number 3, that we pass on our concerns to the planning commission and the tree committee. We don't normally negotiate or design from the dais. When a project asking for extraordinary financing, then it makes sense to me that the planning commission's hands being tied with our city rules and the tree committees also, that this is the council's opportunity to think of extraordinary upgrades to a typical business lot design, because this is an extraordinary situation coming before us tonight. The Del Monte Shopping Center is an example of cake and eat it too. It's a huge, successful commercial enterprise in Monterey. You drive Highway 1, it's still beautiful. You have to search to find it. So they found that balance that I'm hoping for with this project, understanding that a car lot has to have a lot more visibility perhaps, but I want that to be a win-win, cake and eat it too, for both sides. So when building the motion, the components that I would like to see are that the tree committee and an arborist, and I'm sorry we don't have a landscape arborist, botanist, but that we get an arborist such as Patrick Kraybacher and the tree committee to take one more look at the 60 plus trees that need to be destroyed and see if any of them are reasonable to salvage and then relocate on site after construction is finished. 2, that based upon an accurate computer simulation, that we know what it will look like, and therefore we can be assured to maximize the trees and the beauty while meeting the Unstoppable Auto Group's visibility needs. Number 3, that we get copies of those disclosable documents that we can share with folks from other cities that may have some naturally intuitive objections or concerns about relocating from one city to the next, as we would feel if we were losing a really good business to another neighboring city. So disclosure documents that already exist, they're just letters, documenting that they're leaving no matter what. Number 4, that the gateway be consistent with our city monument design. And I totally agree with Councilmember McAdams. If it were to say Mercedes of Monterey, not good, not proud of our partnership, not proud of our city, not good. Now, a compromise, and I heard Garth say that Mercedes is in control here. They get to dictate, this question, but a compromise could be Mercedes of Monterey Bay. But of course, I agree with Jenny McAdams, Councilman McAdams, on the Mercedes and Marina. And then number 6, that we agree to bilateral future discussion, bilateral agreement in the future to make small adjustments to the $5 million incentive if we have other additional costs that we want, that they're okay with. We should share those costs. Should be a partnership from yesterday till the end here. In many decades, it should be a partnership for many decades. Whether it's 5.1 million incentive or 5.2 million or a little more, I don't care. But 5 million is good for starters tonight, and adjusting it slightly is nothing compared to 40 or 80 years of more of revenues that we're going to be getting, and having more beauty for all that time, because we took the time tonight and forthcoming weeks to make it a little bit better, so that we can be more proud of it, and everyone can see that we've taken our time to make it as beautiful as possible. And then number 7, that we pass whatever concerns we might have, and I agree with the night skies, maximizing those night skies. I guess that was one of my number one when I was 7. I skipped it. So, but number 7 would be the night sky maximization that Councilmember McCarthy mentioned. And then my last one, number 7, is that we pass on to City Planning Commission and the Tree Committee our concerns so that they could consider those. What's confusing is that normally their hands are tied. They can't demand certain things that are beyond our ordinance rules, but we can because of the extraordinary request for financial incentives. So somehow that has to be kept in the process, and I'm sure that staff knows how to handle that with the Planning Commission. That's all for now. I might have some minor comments a little bit later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with everything our mayor just said. And during my meeting with the developers, we did speak about lighting, and you already spontaneously said you would try to have it facing downwards as much as possible. So I knew you will be happy to hear that, Council Member.
Yeah, let me clarify. We currently and have always done step down lighting in Temecula because we're very cognizant of our neighbors. The mayor saw that they were pretty close to us now. And so it's very important to us. The other thing we've always done is we never page. We have no outdoor paging. We don't believe in that. We don't like the disruption. So we've never done that. And we also make sure that we know good neighbors and that any test drives go on a designated route and they don't go through areas where, people live and children play. So I want you to be aware of that. That's something we do automatically and have always done with our business in Temecula and elsewhere.
And this location, of course, is so close to.
Yes, exactly. Even more, just as close. And we have literally have people living now with the new development that's occurred in Temecula across the street from our dealership and across the other road, very close by. So it's very important to us, and we're very clear about that, and we follow it to the T.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. Let me see, Councilmember Viala.
Yes, I just have a question in terms of what the Mayor Delgado said on his points. And the only one that I had concerns with, Bruce, is the documents from other disclosure documents. One, is that within our purview to ask and to see? I mean, I don't understand. We don't have control over that piece, so why would we be requesting this information? It could be proprietary. I don't know.
As I understand it, the documents that the mayor is requesting are documents that are public documents. Is that, I think that's my understanding.
Okay,
The
but what?
documents that can be
Okay, but what, I
disclosed.
don't understand the meaning of that to us. So,
So maybe
if
the
we-
mayor can explain.
oh, okay.
Mayor Delgado, would you like to answer that now?
Yeah, I neglected to mention that, I think it was last Friday, I had a Zoom call with Don Hofer, Doug Yount, Ken and Garth. And somehow it came up that there are letters that are internal to Mercedes that talk to the certainty, basically, of leaving Monterey, maybe not to Marina, but they're leaving Monterey. And so I asked during that conversation if those could be provided to the city as disclosable documents for the optics that we are stealing another business from another city. That's not good optics. We wouldn't want that in vice versa. And they said, yeah, that would be no problem. So I hope I'm not asking for anything that's proprietary or too sensitive. But that's where that came from. And maybe Garth can speak to that tonight, just to wrap it up.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. With regard to the agreement between Mercedes-Benz USA and Mercedes-Benz of Monterey, in other words, the agreement that we signed back in the summer of 2023, that specifies that we will relocate the business. It doesn't specify where we will relocate it because they couldn't do that at the time, but they would be required to relocate it to a bigger facility that would allow us to do what is now called evolution, which is a requirement by Mercedes-Benz for all of their dealers across the United States. So in order to do that, we have to find not only more space, but we also have to find a place where we can actually build to their design requirements, because they also, just like the city wants to be involved, they're very specific about what's acceptable to them, because they want their dealerships to look the same. And this is not just in the US, but actually worldwide. It's a global mandate.
And I would take your word for it and presume that you are not making a deal with us that goes against another, a corporate agreement or dictate. So for
Right.
me, I don't understand why we would need to see that, quite frankly, but thank you very much. And what time does Councilmember McCarthy need to leave? At 9. Okay. Okay.
So let me see, we have
Enough
more
time.
left?
Only if if people have spoken, then I'd be happy to attempt to,
To build a motion?
yeah, but
Okay, thank you.
I want to have time for him to
Yes.
vote.
So, Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you. So I really appreciated Councilmember Biala's comments, and it's true. Like, as decision makers, we have to locate the revenues, right? And this is really legacy work. After us, after this council, this will be a business that will be generating the highest revenues. I mean, when I was thinking about other businesses, right? I mean, we really literally got the cream of the crop brand fall in our lap. That's how I'm looking at this. I mean, even though I'm not happy with the last minute change, and I think that, a couple of us have communicated that. But ultimately, we're talking livable wage jobs. We're talking, locals that are already living and working here will now, be in Marina. Most likely, if they are coming from Monterey, they're already commuting from Marina or Seaside, or, so for me, I mean, I do see the win of the partnership and the win of this investment. So I do feel strongly about the name. very much. Please be proud to be in Marina. I am, I certainly am. And when I drive every day, past this beautiful dealership and beautiful brand, I want to be proud. I don't want to go, oh my gosh, I was on the council and we approved Mercedes of Monterey in Marina. How embarrassing. That is a disservice to the community. And that's something that I don't want to live up to. So, I mean, I definitely am grateful, especially as we sit here with the blue tarp over our head, and poor chief, the ladder truck is going to be in like a tent or whatever, so yes, I mean, I see this vision and value to our city that will truly be legacy work for decades. And so I'm in it to win it. And I just, I know you have to go. Mayor, the only I didn't really understand number 6 of your list, which was kind of like if they want 5.1 million, like basically we would partner with them if they needed more. Can you give an example of what that would be?
Yeah, if it turns out there's 3 or 4 trees that are large enough and beautiful enough, worthy of saving, and they cost 30 to 50 grand or more per tree to save, that jack up the cost of this project. We heard 40 million plus, that if it's important enough to the city for the long-term beauty and to be beautiful right away by having larger trees to begin with, then maybe that 5 million that we agreed to tonight, if we agree to it tonight, which I hope we do, we make a bilateral adjustment where we bilaterally agree, they and us, that yeah, that 5.0 is going to jump up to 5.1 to cover these extra things that we may want to do. Maybe the lighting that satisfies us for night skies is actually quite a price tag. Well, maybe we share in that price tag so that we are true partners by getting these extraordinary upgrades. But it costs, and it shouldn't be on one side or the other to 100%, so that we share in those costs. But even if we share, it might drive that cost of project up, and we should be willing to share in that up cost. So the 5 million we might approve tonight, through a future near-term bilateral agreement, it might change to 5.1 million or 5.2 million to accommodate the concerns and wishes of this council to make it an even better project.
Okay, so I think for me, I would maybe want you to split that. I don't know I can support that tonight, just because it's not clear enough to me. I don't know what the process would be for that. Like, I would want to make sure that, how are we submitting that? You know what I mean? It's a little too gray for me. However, I do support everything else. When you begin to build the motion, I wouldn't be able to support that one piece of it, though.
So if I can jump in here, I mean, you're saying there may be a subsequent agreement, and that may be all that you say, that you're open to considering a subsequent agreement at a future council meeting.
So that I could get
You
on board.
approve this agreement, and then you're open to considering.
Okay,
an
I could
agreement
get on
to
board with that.
amend this one or consider a future agreement for further cost.
And that would come back to the entire council and be a transparent process. Great. Okay, I can get on board with
Just
that.
clarify, and it would strictly just be limited to that thing, because I don't think they would want an open-ended agreement coming back, but just strictly to that one little.
Just an
clause.
amendment. Check. Okay.
Do you have anything else, Councilmember McAdams? Okay. So for me, I agree with all I heard this last month. And one thing that has not been mentioned, because of course the jobs, employment, which is so important for our city, this whole area will change so much in the next coming 2 years. There will be the Surf Busway hub with buses, if all goes well, every 15 minutes from Monterey, Salinas, and from our own Marina, Central Marina. So anybody working there can just hop on the bus if they don't have a car or don't want to spend money on gas. they can go there for $2 in 2 hours. So that's going to change a lot there. So Mayor Delgado, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, this will be my last round robin. I'd like to hear from Lane and Don Hofer, Doug Yont, that indeed this Mercedes project will not have a deleterious effect delaying further the Cedar Hill Hotel.
Yeah, from a staff review point of view, it won't have any effect at all. So we'll be fine with that.
Okay.
Actually, once this one is off the plate, we can focus a lot more resources on the Dick Hill.
Well, yeah, that's kind of my concern right there, is that this takes first place in the queue.
Well, the thing is, all the work has been up to this point. Once it's approved, all the permitting stuff is on the planning end, and they have the staffing that they'll be able to move forward with that quickly. The next couple months is we're going to be working with the hotel and bringing back some different timelines and different things to get that project moving forward.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem just mentioned local jobs, and I forgot to mention that I'd like to hear from Gary or Ken if Mercedes could do something like the city has done, figure out a way to invoke a local Marina resident preference where they have a goal of a certain percent of their employees are Marina residents. Lane, can you articulate that better than I about how we've done that with a purchase of homes at Sea Haven, the affordable units?
Yeah, in our lottery system, for our below market rate homes, we had preference points. I'd have to brainstorm a little bit with my staff on that. One of the things in their annual report that is required is not only the number of employees, but also the number of employees that are employed from Marina. And so that will be on that report, but we can brainstorm and come up with some mechanisms to figure out some preferences for hiring Marina employees.
Okay, and I don't know this needs to be in the motion because in the tonight's or today's version of the agreement, the point of sale is agreed to be in Marina, and we're not exactly sure how that will help, but we know it can't hurt, especially with online sales. The two constructive criticisms that I walked away from Temecula with were it's a different situation, but if we were to copy and paste Temecula into Marina, the view shed from Highway 1 in Marina would not be beautiful enough. But for Temecula, it's Highway 15. It's kind of an industrial. It doesn't have the feel. It's different than Monterey Bay. So I don't expect Temecula. I don't think that was as much of a concern. But if it was in Oceanside or San Juan Capistrano, Laguna Niguel, they probably would have done it a little bit different. And that's kind of where we're at here. So that was one constructive suggestion I had feeling when I left Temecula. Not that Temecula needed to change. They did everything. There's a beautiful facility. It really is a beautiful facility. It's more like a hotel lobby than a car, an auto place or a Sprinter van place. It was just really well done. And I hope that we can do it as well here or better. Sounds like Evolution is even going to be one step better, more modern. And that's nice. The other criticism of the two that I left with was, and I talked to Mayor Pro Tem about this. She brought it up first. Using the sale vehicles to be sold, the new vehicles on the streets parked in front of hydrants, on red painted curbs, or even taking up a lot of street space. Now it's a legal issue, so and I don't think it would work in Marina to block hydrants or park on red painted curbs. But I just want that to be out there that Mayor Pro Tem and I talked about the desire to respect the neighborhood when it comes to on-street parking. I want to appreciate, this is my last point, Garth and Ken for their vision of using, I mean, can't believe, using a car retail facility for community events. I know they'll have their own private events there too, but opening it up to community events backward if it's bad weather, forward to the ocean if it's good weather. That's pretty amazing. And it's something that our community always has a need for more community space, more nonprofit space for award ceremonies, firefighters, pin ceremonies where they get their promotions. We just have so many great events and so few great facilities to have those events in that I really appreciate that component. And I look forward to, a great relationship with Unstoppable Auto Group. And I think we're off to a good start. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing no more lights here, Councilmember Viana, I think you were ready to start making.
Yeah.
motions.
Yeah, I'm watching the clock too.
Yes, I know I got it. Just talk fast.
Give me 2 minutes. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution of the City Council of the City of Marina to approve sales tax revenue sharing agreement between the City of Marina and Unstoppable Automotive MBMCA LLC to assist with the construction costs and site development of an automobile dealership and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement subject to final review by the city attorney with the following conditions. Let's see, we have condition 1 is following, that the city have final approval after review from the tree committee and the planning commission for design and landscaping plan. And I don't know if we want more than those 2 things, but it seems like that's broad enough to cover many things. Let's see that the dealership produce an accurate video. And I presume that would be ready for the planning commission and that we would see it later as well. I'm going to recommend that we omit Mayor Delgado's disclosure documents. There will be the Gateway City monument that says Mercedes of Marina, and that seems to be very strongly supported by all of us here on the dais. To change Mayor Delgado's thing about bilateral future discussion to this, to consider future specific agreement amendments that are limited only with mutual agreement, and to come to council for further deliberations. That may not be the right sentence, but okay. Let's see. Then 6 would be to maximize the night skylighting. 7 to pass on council's concerns to the planning commission. That's pretty general. I'm sure that will happen, but if we need to have it in there, that's fine. And 8 is a preference for local hires when feasible and to be further defined later. I think that the other criticisms from Mayor Delgado, I think maybe don't need to be in the conditions. And that was about the view shed, because I think that will be considered, at Planning Commission, and also the issue of parking cars in the neighborhood. I think we can handle those things separately. So that's the motion. What more?
Just a quick
I'll second for discussion.
clarification on the yes.
Second for
Mayor,
discussion.
I think there's one more. He had one.
And our city attorney has a
Yeah.
probably about the
A clarification on, yes, a clarification on the one of the conditions.
Yeah.
Passing on the concerns to the planning commission.
Okay.
I think that because you're going to, if one of your conditions is that it's going to come
Come
here,
back.
yes,
Uh-huh.
then perhaps you wouldn't
Great.
need that. And I see
Great.
could be potentially problematic.
Great. Let's omit that one then. So we have 7. We have we have 6. Yeah. Okay, great.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm glad the mayor seconded. I guess the only friendly amendment I would ask for the council to consider is just to change the language. And I would ask the planning director who's standing behind the podium now that instead of the landscape, we say site and architectural review comes to council, just so that it's a consistent language with
Yes.
what the planning commission is going to review.
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna get a clarification. I think Councilmember Biala meant to say
Site
to
and-
minimize the night sky impacts,
Yes.
not
Yes,
maximize.
yes.
So I just want that to be
Use of
clear in
nice
the motion.
sky lighting to be
To
maximized or
be
minimized.
minimized. Yeah. So thank you.
Depends on what side you're looking. But
And if I may, just before you move on from me, I just can't clarify enough that this site and architectural review is not to nitpick colors, windows, all these kind of things that are dictated by Mercedes Benz, but to things that we might not be aware of today. You know, and again, very specifically, I'm thinking of things like what the fill does to the view sheds, and I think that helps address the mayor's comments. And the lighting we talked about, and kind of trees and stuff like that, and yeah, so.
Well, fortunately Guido's here, so, you know, he will transfer all of our comments, I'm sure.
But the friendly amendment was specific to that language, site and architectural review.
Yes, and I accept, who seconded? Bruce, do you accept
Yes.
that friendly amendment?
Yeah,
Site
second
and
holds.
architectural review.
Yes.
Do
Okay.
So I had a
Ricardo,
friendly-
do you have more?
Yeah, I had a
questions or
friendly
remarks?
amendment. Yeah, the first thing I mentioned when I went through my motion building earlier was that we asked the tree committee and an arborist to get one more look through the trees to see if there's any salvageable, healthy trees that could be relocated for the betterment of the project. Because I don't think they looked at it
Well,
from that
oh,
high.
I put that in.
Our
Okay,
city
if it's
attorney,
in, that's
would
great.
like
I
to-
didn't
Just
hear it.
to, I mean, that. So just to clarify, that's something again, that's gonna go to planning commission. And then if it, after planning commission, it would come here.
Yes. And I
So-
specified also that it would, that we would receive it after the tree committee and the planning commission had a review. So I don't think we have to get into that detail. If it's going back to the tree committee, I think they know what to do.
Yeah, well, I think the tree committee
Okay.
may have already finished their work.
It's okay.
Okay,
Yeah, the tree committee has already reviewed the
Okay, do I
item.
need to say an additional tree committee review? Is that
Well,
sufficient?
I'm not sure how much because the tree committee has already voted. It's going to
Oh,
planning
okay.
commission.
Okay,
I hear
then they
pretty
can-
loud and clear that the
Got it.
council, if the applicant agrees to it, this is going to get called up to the council. I heard pretty loud and clear from the applicant that they're trying to close by June 4th. And so trying to schedule the tree committee, get their input, revise the arborist reports, those two timelines don't seem in my head to connect. So,
right. I
So-
think the
And the other
connection
part
is
of it,
that
they
they
have a
could-
really tight. Yeah, they have a tight timeline. And so it needs to, they're putting in their application, depending on tonight, really quickly. It'll get to the planning commission quickly, and this will come back to the council really quickly. So it's not going to be a slow, long, drawn out process.
So if I may, Mayor Pro
City
Tem
Attorney?
continue.
Yes, I was gonna,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could
Would you like
continue.
to hear what the city attorney is?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I don't mean to mess with the June 4th timeline. This is an extra, just like the night sky maximization where we see the sky and other small upgrades to this project. I just want to agree that those can be considered for later and they might have a financial implication, but not to mess with the timeline that the developer's already under. I don't expect a lot to happen between now and June
Thank you
4th as far as any changes. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And our city.
yes, I was just gonna say, if it's gonna come back, if it's gonna come up to the city council, rather than directing the tree committee, which I don't think they can do, it will just be as part of the city council's review to consider those issues that you raised, Mayor.
Bruce, you are muted. You're muted.
I wonder, City Attorney, if we can ask the arborist to do this task. But not before June 4th necessarily.
What,
the task of looking at every tree that's
So
going to be destroyed.
You'd want the report. So I'm just unclear about your question.
There's about 63 trees are going to
You're
be.
saying you want, and
And I'm asking for one more look at each of those 63 trees are going to be destroyed from the angle of, which hasn't happened yet, if they could be salvaged and relocated after construction. That's not something the tree committee normally does. It hasn't been done here.
so as part of your review, that could be something that you look at.
Right. Part of that bilateral agreement in the future side discussion,
Right.
not for June 4th, not to delay this project.
So we've already covered that in the motion then, because you could bring that up, that there may be some almost salvageable ones that you would like to have replanted instead of destroyed.
Right.
Okay, so we don't have to change the motion.
Correct.
And I'm sure the mayor will ensure that that's covered.
Yes, Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. When this comes back, I don't want it to be rushed and we have to decide tonight at the Planning Commission. So I would like to put that on record, please. And thank you for being in a hurry, but we need to not be in a hurry. Like, here's the one time in a hurry, but it's really not fair to the Planning Commission or us to be, or staff, to be rushed anymore. So please figure that out. And I don't know what June 4th is the expectation.
No, nothing will go anywhere on June 4th. June 4th is their deadline that they need to meet.
Okay, because things here are very slow. Nothing is fast. And so I don't like to be,
No,
know,
our process, as we've told them, they need to get their application complete, get it submitted in. We'll go through our normal process. It will go to the Planning Commission. Once it gets through the Planning Commission process, then we'll notice it and bring it to the City Council. We'll follow our regular processes. What we're going to do is try to move along as quickly as possible, but we're going to cut short any of our processes.
okay, and as quickly and thorough, like quick, I don't know, quickly scares me around here, right? So
I have confidence in our planning staff. Our planning staff, they do a very thorough job.
okay, I just please give the Planning Commission plenty of time and us plenty of time. This is nothing to be backed in the corner last minute. We have to get this done tonight or we can't do anything. Like, that's not my problem.
And we may even schedule a special meeting when it comes back to the council to
Great.
give you more time to do
Perfect. Okay, and I know you want to vote.
Yes.
We want to vote.
Okay, so we call for the question.
Yes. So is the motion clear for everybody?
And I don't want to cut off this guy. Just to be clear, if the council feels like they need more discussion, I'm happy.
No.
So
We're fine. No, this is actually good to have it. So Anita, can we please get a roll call?
Councilmember McCarthy.
yes.
Councilmember McAdams.
Hi.
Councilmember Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes.
Whoops. Oh.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for being here. And have a good, safe trip, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
See you at 2 o'clock.
That's a nice way to put it.
That's approved.
And for the record, Councilmember McCarthy leaves at 9:05. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
04.
Thank you. Thanks for everything. Thank you. You too, of course. Thank you.
All the way. Thank you so very much.
Nice seeing you.
Nice seeing you in person.
Thank you.
Safe trip home.
Thank you so much. I'm sure we'll have some more conversations.
Yes.
You too.
Are you
Thank
going
you.
home
It's a job everyone here.
I thought about 5-minute break until we could see the back. It's probably good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
And
Take care.
let's have a 5-minute break and we'll be back here at 9:10. Okay.
That'd be perfect.
Thank you all for your patience. We are back and we'll have one other agenda item change. Now that we just finished 13A, we'll go ahead and now discuss 13B, which is receiving a presentation regarding the status of the city's citywide incidental take permit for Monterey, Gilead and Fort Ord Habitat Management Plan compliance projects and provide an input on a conceptual realignment of the proposed Del Monte Boulevard and Second Avenue extension. And I think our city manager, would you like to introduce? We're going to 13B.
We're going to 13.
Another change. We like to change things up tonight. We like to change things up tonight. Yes. We're jumping. This is 13B for boy. Okay. City manager?
Great. So we have a presentation tonight from Erin Harwin with Denise Duffy and Associates. She's been working on this project for a couple of years now, probably. And it just shows you how complex and complicated these habitat management plans are for. I worked on it 20 years and still didn't get it completed. And so Erin has an update and some different things. We talked with council a couple months ago, and Guido may have a few things here.
So we did get some comments from the mayor pro tem about the contract. So staff discussed that this morning. So the whole presentation is going to be given today, but probably we'll be bringing that contract back on June 3rd. So just wanted that there were some clarifying questions that we just wanted to. So when Erin's in Spain next month, we'll be bringing the contract back. So yeah, so.
Perfect. Thank you. And welcome, Erin. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to see you all in person. Usually your little boxes on my screen, and it's great to be here in person. And I just want to express it's actually been quite longer than 2 years. So I want to actually express my deepest and sincerest apology for the lapse in project management on my end, having these contracts lapse and me not paying enough attention to those expiration dates, and also in terms of fixing the clerical error, which is identified in our amendment and in the staff report. So that brings undue. You have enough on your plates. You don't need my mistakes coming before you and wasting your time. So again, my sincerest apologies, and I will not let these things happen again. So I just wanted to start with that opening remark.
Can I please accept the apologies on behalf of our city council? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So again, thanks for having me tonight to give you these updates. We've had some pretty significant milestones since I last was in front of you all, I think December of last year. And so yeah, amendment approval, contract discussion aside, we'll go through and discuss the updates. So next slide, please. Oh, I do. Okay, and this big red. Okay. There we go. Okay. This will slight delay. Okay, well, tonight I'm going to give you an update on the incidental take permit process that we've been working on with the city. Part of that update is an overview of a conceptual realignment we have been working on with the project engineers and city staff of the Del Monte Boulevard and Second Avenue extension project. And we'll give you an update on that and requests for your input. And then we'll give you an update on the resource management plan project. And we will not be requesting for any amendments tonight, but we'll go over the contents of them. So at least when I'm gone next month, you guys can have that information. All right, to remind you all, we have 2 contracts currently with the city, each separate for each of these projects, the incidental take permit process for Monterey Gilead and the habitat management plan compliance and resource management plan project as well. They overlap slightly. They have complications and a lot of overlap in terms of what their goals and objectives are. And to just broad overview, because we've done a lot of backgrounds refreshers recently. So the citywide incidental take permit is a proactive, holistic, and I will add volunteer approach from the city to be proactive with their former Fort Ord lands, and where there might be the potential for a state listed and federally listed plant species called Monterey Gilia. And the goal is to be proactive and look ahead about how to balance the development and conservation needs that are so important to the city. The other contract involves the preparation of a resource management plan. That is very specific. It's a very specific requirement that comes from the installation-wide Fort Ord Habitat Management Plan prepared when the Army closed the base back in the early 90s. That plan was approved in 97. And as each parcel was transferred over to the city assigned deed quitclaim deeds with deed restrictions specific to being required to comply with those the habitat management plan, which included an obligation for the city to prepare a resource management plan for its habitat management areas within 6 months of receipt of the property. And you received 4 specific areas of numerous parcels, but we talk about them in four large chunks on the former Fort Ord. And I'll go through the map a little bit later. And those are the ones you're responsible for. So this builds on my slide from December. We have been working on this for a while. As Lane said, it's very complex. There are a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things to consider for the city and staff and for the permitting agencies. So we began collecting data and compiling data after our contract was approved in December of 2020. We worked on land use mapping. We've held public workshops. We had a city field trip, which was really fun. And I really enjoyed taking you all out there and having the public attend as well. We had a resource agency field trip in December when I saw you last, gave you that update. We have been working with Allison and their wonderful planning department, and of course Guido, on the general plan update for 2045, coordinating with land use designations, zoning designations, policies, goals, objectives, making sure we're all consistent and on the same page. And again, what bringing forward to you today for input, the Del Monte Boulevard, 2nd Avenue Extension alternative alignment analysis that we initiated after our discussions in the field with the resource agencies. So again, a little refresher, we held the public workshops, we came before council, we've had a lot of public input on this to date. I call them ITP study areas. There's a number of areas identified on the right-hand column of the legend and the different colored areas. There's starting from west to east, there's the Del Monte corner, northwest corner habitat area, which contains the proposed Del Monte Boulevard extension. It's shown that footprint shown in red. Then we have Cypress Knolls, and then in the orange and yellow we have 8th Avenue North and South, the Marina Equestrian Center. Can't see this far. Oh, I have it in front of me too. Sorry. What do you call it? Yes. We have the landfill habitat management area. We have Preston Park, the little dumbbell looking guy there in the middle, going north, the Salinas Avenue Reservation Road. And then last but not least, the blue area, which is the airport business park area. So what we heard from all the output was that the priorities for development and focusing development opportunities were to focus on Cypress Knolls, avoiding the 2 linear east-west polygons of Gilia you see in purple there to the maximum extent possible. Also focusing development opportunities in the airport business park area, again, that eastern area in blue. And then also the Del Monte extension, a really important important project for the city in terms of public safety, connecting the city. And and then the other areas would be set aside in conservation. And from that, we would build this mitigation strategy to present to the resource agencies in our permit application. So when we brought this forward with the resource agencies, what we heard from them, like I said, back in December, was that, hey, you guys might have some additional listed species you might want to consider, including in your incidental take permit. And I'll speak to that a little bit later. In addition, we'd really like to see you minimize impacts in the airport business park area. Most importantly, they really encouraged the looking at alternatives to the proposed alignment of Del Monte extension. As you could see, it went straight up through that habitat management area, and they wanted to see it shift to avoid, I'll show you here. Maybe. Okay. You can see the Marina Northwest Corner HMA outlined in red on the left-hand part of the screen. If you took the Del Monte extension straight up north-south through that parcel, you would impact and basically bifurcate and fragment that very important population of Monterey Gilia shown in kind of this east-west polygon, east-west direction at the top of the parcel there. And they wanted to see if we could move the alignment and shift it. From a federal resource agency perspective, Fish and Wildlife, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service were in attendance at that field meeting as well. The blue area, which overlaps with the purple area, important population of Monterey Gilia, consists of dune and sea clef buckwheat. I can't remember exactly which common name, but both are obligate host species for a federally listed butterfly, Smith's blue butterfly, and impacting that habitat would also be a very serious impact in the eyes of the agencies, and also require not just the state permit process that we're going through right now, but a federal permit to get authorized take for a federally listed animal. So the city contracted with Kimley Horn traffic engineers to look at alternative alignments that met the goals and objectives of the currently proposed project. Again, the public safety, connecting the old downtown and the new downtown areas. And so the purpose of the alignment, again, was to minimize impacts to Monterey Gilia. There's a lot of Gilia. We can't avoid it all, but really to minimize impacts and avoid bifurcating that important population in the northern section, and also avoid the impacts to the buckwheat plants, which would trigger that need for the federal permit. CDFW is very supportive. I believe they sent a letter of support of an alternative alignment that's in your packet. I think that should be there. I think I saw it there. And then they also said that being able to avoid that important population would also give the opportunity to the city to potentially reduce the amount of mitigation area that they would need under this permit. So again, a win-win on a lot of sides, and of course, avoid the need for that federal permit. All of these things cost a lot of money, by the way, to do another federal permit or to do a federal permit. So this is one of the concepts that the project engineers came up with. Excuse me one second. You can see the what I showed you earlier in purple is now in red in the east-west direction. You can see that if we shift the alignment a little bit to the east, come up through 2nd Avenue still, and just head up and skirt the edge of Cypress Knolls, we could be able to avoid that population or minimize our impacts to Monterey Gilia in that area, and then also avoid impacts to the Smith's blue butterfly habitat. So what we heard from the engineers is that yes, it's feasible to shift the alignment. The shift in this alignment would still require environmental review and it needs to go through its own process. But again, it was really a conceptual exercise to see if we can meet the goals and objectives and meet that underlying purpose of the resource agency's requests. So tonight we are requesting input on your thoughts on this proposed conceptual realignment. Lane, I don't know if later you want to speak to the future connection of the highway, that east-west direction, but we can maybe when we open up for questions, we can speak to that. So the contract amendment requests are provided in the agenda. Probably the wording of the city attorney would probably be a new contract, 2 new contracts to reinitiate our work on this and get things back in order and fix that correction also in the ITP contract. So, and again, the ITP contract was to, the amendment to fix that clerical error in that change order number 1 and to compensate and readjust our budget allocations to deal with the tasks that we completed within scope and also the out of scope items that we've outlined in our amendment request. And that's the additional services. And then in addition to those additional services, we're looking at, or the previous out of scope services, we're asking to include additional services to include the additional species as outlined here. Seaside birdsbeak, which is a state listed plant, Western burrowing owl, which is a candidate species under the California Endangered Species Act now, and so are these 2 bumblebees. We're not quite sure what to do about California tiger salamander. So our approach here right now is to conduct a site assessment for potential habitat within the city's former Fort Ord lands to see if any proposed development or see if there's any potential habitat for the species. And then also, if so, determine if there's a potential to impact, and if so, potentially include it in the ITP. At this point, we're only proposing to do a site assessment because we're not sure what the conclusion would be. And if the conclusion is to include it, we might need to, well, we would also need a federal permit. So I just didn't want to get way too ahead of ourselves on all of this. Let's do the due diligence part yet and see where we're at with the salamander situation, and then revisit that with you and the public. So again, a lot of more public participation and outreach is included in the amendment request because of our experience so far to date with the city and this process. Continued coordination on Del Monte Boulevard and 2nd Avenue extension, depending on whatever the council and public come up with tonight. We want to continue those discussions and relay that information to the resource agencies. We want to continue our coordination with TAMC regarding FORTAG, of course, general plan update process and additional meetings. And then of course, actually submitting the application, which we haven't gotten to yet either. And then getting those ITP conditions underway. So switching over to the resource management plan update, again, this is very specific to 4 areas where the city is required to have resource management plans associated with their we call them habitat management areas or HMAs collectively for ease of reference. Again, starting west to east, we have the Marina Northwest corner. Down there in the middle, we have the landfill parcel, which was recently acquired by the city. Well, not recently, it's been a few years now as well. I don't know what happens to time. And then the airport HMA, and then there's the Salinas River HMA as well. And so as you can see where these things interlap this with the general plan update I mentioned, making sure the zoning and land use designations are consistent, making sure policies, especially biological, are all consistent with with what the management activities are proposed when proposed in the resource management plan, making sure everything's consistent. And again, making sure the management of the Northwest Corner HMA is consistent with the wants and needs for the Del Monte extension and other potential development in that parcel. Timeline hasn't really changed since I last saw you in December. We're almost done with our administrative draft and hoping to submit to city internally in the next month, and public draft in the fall, and more coordination city council meetings in the fall and winter on that project. And now I'll open it up for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erin. It was beautiful to see the photo of the Monterey Gilead. So before we go to public comments, Council, do you have any clarifying questions? Mr. Mayor, online, do you have any clarifying questions? No? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you. So I just wanted to know, these additional species, were they suggested by Fish and Wildlife later, or did we just miss the thinking we needed to now understand more about the seaside bird's beak, the burrowing owl, the western and crotch bumblebees, and the tiger salamander?
Great question. Yeah, you want me to go ahead and address it now?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so again, our contract was initiated back in 2020. And a lot has happened in the endangered species world since then. Specifically, the western burrowing owl was listed as a candidate species in October 25th, 2024, which is very recently. And candidate species under the Endangered Species Act are treated exactly as listed species. If you have impacts to them, you need a permit. And there are known occurrences up in the airport area of the burrowing owl. That's specific to the burrowing owl. Bumblebees are, it's been really, really a difficult situation to, they're difficult. They were listed as candidate species on September 30th of 2022. And the state is just getting around to survey guidelines and protocols and how to assess habitat and all of that. So that's just been, I think their guidelines were just issued early fall of last year, maybe even later. Anyway, there's potential habitat within the city's former Fort Ord lands that overlaps with Gilead habitat. And so for those three candidate species, CDFW said, you're going to pay this application fee, you're going to go through all this work. If you want to include them now, it's probably the better idea, especially if we're going to have a long-term contract. And if they come into your city, if you find them later, if you find them during project level analyses in the future, you're covered. If you're not, you have to come back and get a permit. Or you can amend your permit later, but it takes just as long as the first time. So why not include it now? That's their argument. Biggest bang for your buck thing is what they keep suggesting. For seaside birdbeak, that's an interesting situation in that we have not found any seaside birdbeak in any of the areas we've surveyed for Monterey Gilead. However, remember the ITP study areas that I pointed out in the legend. We have not found any birdbeak there. However, birdbeak was documented just adjacent to Imgen Parkway, and it's known on the UC reserve lands in the airport area. Therefore, there is potential habitat within the city's former Fort Ord lands. And if the species shows up later, you have coverage. If it doesn't, you have to get coverage. And I hit on the salamander a little bit. I don't know how much in the weeds you want to get in. There's some upland habitat potentially within the landfill parcel. There's some data that we want to do due diligence on and do that site assessment to see if there's other areas that might have potential upland habitat for salamander.
So I guess my question is then, for the northwest corner where we're really trying to get going on some development stuff. Now we added all these things, and does that then, does that tell us that we can't go forward on that property? Because we've just been looking at Sangilia, and now we've got 4 other species that might be there. And so what is the implication for starting anything there?
That's another great question. Thank you. So going through this ITP process doesn't preclude you from moving forward with other projects. You just have to go through the process separately if you're going to go ahead of it. So specifically for the northwest corner HMA, you have the Monterey Gilia, you've got the seaside or the Smith's blue butterfly. Sorry, we've never found seaside bird speak in that parcel, and we've done a lot of surveys in that area. There is, I can say, no CTS salamander, upland habitat in that area. Potentially, you'd want to follow the survey guidelines for bumblebees, but whatever project that you do in that area, you're going to have a biological report associated with that that's going to guide you through that process.
Okay, thank you. Oh, one other quick question.
Quick question.
Quick question. Okay, in the wonderful letter from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, it says Monterey Gilia is a plant species listed as threatened under the CESA. I always thought that Sangilia was a endangered species, and they're calling it threatened.
It's state state threatened, federally endangered.
Yeah.
Oh.
We can have dual listings, right?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Because I always, if it's endangered, then think, okay, we got to do this. And
It's Endangered Species Act, so don't let that throw you off.
Right.
But yeah.
Okay, but it is a threatened species really by the listing on the endangered species list.
Yes.
Isn't that interesting? I always thought it was an endangered on the endangered list. Okay,
I
great.
think I got
thank
that
you.
right. I get them confused too, but it is in my amendment.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I learned that by reading this report because I didn't know even. So let's go to the public. We'll start with people here in the room. Right? No? And anyone on Zoom, if you would like to give public comments, please raise your Zoom hands. You'll have up to 3 minutes. Okay, Denise Turley. Welcome back.
Hello, and especially hello to Aaron. Go Otters.
She was my RA when I was living at Seattle. We go way back.
We won't say how many years ago, though.
No, please don't.
Please don't. So anyway, I was doing a little Googling while you were giving your presentation, and it said about the tiger salamander, they're illegal to own or sell in California. Can you say anything about that?
Sure, that's a great question, Denise. Thanks for your Googling.
Yes. Sorry, Aaron.
Oh, sorry.
We usually take the questions first, but
Okay, sorry.
since I
Oh,
don't
sorry.
see any more people with raised hands. No, it's okay, Denise. I think we can go ahead and just. Oh yeah, Denise, did you have any more questions or remarks? We will have
Just
Aaron
that. And
answer
thank you
after
for
we
letting
close
me
public
say hi to
comments.
Aaron.
You're so welcome. Always nice to hear your voice. Thank you, Denise. Do we have anybody else on Zoom who would like to give public comments? Going once. Okay. We will close public comments. And now, Aaron, if you can please answer Denise's question about the salamanders.
Thank you. Sorry about that again. Okay, so that's a great question. Yes, it is illegal to own and handle California tiger salamander, the listed species under the State and Federal Endangered Species Act. Maybe what you found online, I can't be totally sure. One of the threats to our native California tiger salamander is non-native tiger salamanders, which have been imported into the state and used for fishing bait, specifically the barred salamander. And what happens is they breed with the native, and it reduces the native population and their resiliency and changes the genetic makeup of the species and is a pretty big threat. And yeah, great question. So yeah, please don't own those or release those into the public lands.
So if people own them illegally, what should they do?
I'm not gonna.
You cannot- okay, okay, I should not have asked that question. Okay. Yeah, that's went back. Okay, council, do you have any questions for Aaron? Any remarks? Mayor Delgado?
Yeah, if anyone comes into possession with a salamander, they should contact United States Fish and Wildlife Service to get a permit. Permits are allowed for research animals and under situations that animals sometimes end up needing to be housed. And the Fish and Wildlife Service does give out permits to possess them for research or other circumstances. Can you go, Aaron, thank you for your presentation. Can you go back to the slide that shows the alternatives to Del Monte Second Avenue extension? Please.
Number 9.
That's it.
Yeah,
So
okay.
the first thing that came to mind was that it appears to be an automobile inspired, plan for alternatives. If you're on a bike or you're walking, it's hard to zig and zag. It takes a lot more time out of your day than if you're in a car. Right now, the legal route to get to the Dune Shopping Center from downtown Marina is to take the recreation trail or the Fort Ord North-South Road, get off at 5th Street, come all the way back north to the dunes. So it's a 20-minute bike ride. 10 minutes of that is going too far south and then having to come back because there is no direct access for foot or peds. People in cars, it takes about 13 seconds to get from Rain Dollar to the MGM Parkway off-ramp in a car. That's why we don't hear a lot of people saying we want another way to drive to Dune Shopping Center instead of Highway 1. We hear more people saying we want to walk, we want to bike, we need a route. We don't have a route to get us there. So my question is, how much discussion has there been for a pedestrian bicycle 4-tag-like route to extend from Del Monte Boulevard downtown to 2nd Avenue, weaving through as directly as possible this area to avoid Gilead?
So Guido, would you like to answer that question?
Step on your toes, but I mean, Cypress Knolls will have quite a bit of multimodal options. I don't know if that's necessarily part of this process, but yeah, definitely. We heard loud and clear when we had the joint meeting with the commission and council almost 2 years ago with the APA committee to have multimodal options, but I don't know if that's necessarily this part of this discussion tonight. So yeah.
Yeah, the reason I bring it up tonight is because I've brought it up at previous meetings that one alternative should be considered to get you from Rain Dollar Avenue to 2nd Avenue by bike and ped only, because it would be less expensive, less impact to Gilead, and still serve a lot of need to get there. So my follow-up question here is, can we see a Kimley Horn derived route that's not for automobiles, but it's a 4-tag-like route for non-auto traffic?
Mary, I think that that's totally something we can consider. Just to clarify, we're trying to avoid that northwest corner where that in red.
Yeah, and
To
that's
the
why I'm
maximum
wondering if
extent
Kimley
feasible.
Horn can give us that. Can they give us a head bike route that avoids that. Okay.
I think part of the question with that would be if we go down the path of trying to protect that Gilly area, Fish and Wildlife is going to look at making a conservation easement around that whole area. And then the question is, can a bike and ped path go through a conservation easement area?
I think that this is something we could keep in the discussions moving forward.
Yeah, my question is, can we ask Kimley Horn for a route that goes around it, not through it?
Yeah, we can look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I would like to.
Sorry.
Please go ahead, Mayor.
Okay. So I kind of heard you say, Aaron, that the direction, tentative direction is to consider development for that Del Monte Boulevard extension and in the airport area and in Cypress Knolls. And so my first question is, does Fish and Wildlife Service and state and feds agree with that, or are they not agreeing with that when it comes to the airport?
I believe the slide mentioned to further minimize impacts as shown on the map. Right now we have the entire business park shown impacted or built out, and they'd like to see options for additional conservation in that area. So,
okay,
yes, they would like to see that as well.
So it seems like the Marina Equestrian Center East, that area of open space east of the Equestrian Center, and it seems like the Salinas Avenue Woods area that are cornered by Imjin Parkway, Reservation Road, and Carmel Avenue, and Salinas Avenue, that those are kind of those are escaping the development plans. Is that kind of correct, those two areas?
Those are looking like more focused for conservation.
Okay, so I want to ask Guido, is that consistent with the land use plans that we forwarded for the general plan? Or are those areas slated for large development potentially by our general plan?
I haven't looked at it yet. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, actually, Allison's online. She can answer that in terms of.
Hi, yeah,
Oh.
Mayor and members of the council. Could you describe the Salinas Avenue area you're talking about a little bit more?
Yeah, it's bound by Reservation Road, Imjin Parkway, Carmel Avenue, and Salinas Avenue. That 40 acres in between those, it's a rectangle.
And that's kind of where there's been talk of disc golf.
Yes.
Yes. I believe the land use plan map that was endorsed by the council continues to have that as public facility land use, I believe. I don't have all of that documentation in front of me, of course.
Okay, so my question is that consistent with what Aaron's showing tonight, that it's escaping development potential? Seems like it's inconsistent. That's why I'm asking.
It's as a public facility, it's potentially less development potential. One could consider it that way. As a, in conversely, we're not proposing that to be like mixed use or high density residential or things of that nature that could theoretically have a higher density of development in the future.
Okay, I've gone 5 minutes,
Mayor,
but I have one more question, but I can do it later. That's okay, whichever.
I don't see any requests from other council members, Mr. Mayor, so you can have an extra.
Okay.
2 minutes then.
All right.
Can I speak just to
Yeah,
that
sure.
real quickly?
Oh, sorry. Would you like to answer that right away?
Yeah, in terms of just coordinating with Allison, there's a little bit of method to the madness when you're looking at mitigation strategies, and we want to be careful not to set everything aside that we're proposing to be open space as open space, as we might get less mitigation credit. And it's important to to balance our needs and be strategic about how we want to say, yes, we're taking it out of development. It's currently proposed for development, but we're going to take it out of development as mitigation. So if you
Okay.
change it to open space or conservation area, that could complicate things. You don't
Okay.
want to shoot yourself in the foot, so to speak.
Right. So if we say we're going to develop everything, when we pull things out, those can be used for mitigation credits. Gotcha.
Yes, that's a good thing.
Good strategy, Aaron. All right, last thing. I'm really concerned, and I want to alert City Council to this concern. We've been telling the baseball, softball, soccer folks who desperately want more fields. Preston Park is your baby. So we've switched from Gloria Jean. We told them to go to the Dune City Park, and then we told them to go to Preston Park. So they're feeling bait and switched a couple of times. And Fred Watson confirmed 6 or more plants of Sangilia on the Preston Park ball field expansion area, where Denise Duffy and Associates, including Aaron here, have located 2 in the past. Well, 2 to 6, there could be more. And so I'm really worried that if we go ahead with Dune City Park with no ball fields and we get messed up here, not having the ability to develop these Preston Park ball fields by Preston Park, that we're going to tell the ball field community, I don't know what we're going to tell them where they're going to go next. So it's kind of a question for Lane, I think. Lane, how do we handle this?
Yeah, so we have Aaron right now doing surveys on that, so we can try to get ahead of that and seeing if we're okay. And Aaron, if you can kind of update us on that.
Sure. Hot off the press, we're just finishing our survey seasons and processing data, but I did get an initial result from our survey crew that we did find 3 Sangilia plants in the expansion area. So yes, it is a complicated situation, and it is, yeah.
So are these, and I think this is relevant to this whole discussion because we're trying to, as we're working with Fish and Wildlife, we're trying to say, okay, these big key areas that are important, that we're going to set those potentially aside in conservation areas, but then these other areas that we're potentially want to develop, whether it be an economic development project or a ball field. So is that a potential area that we could use for mitigate those 3 Gilead plants elsewhere?
Yeah, we'd have to, have those discussions with them.
So Aaron, is it true that if you find 3, 2, 6 Gilead plants on different years, that Fish and Wildlife may say this area is suitable habitat, much larger than the 2 to 6 plant area?
Yes, that has been the conversations that we've had to date.
So is it within the realm of possibility, I feel like I'm in court, that if we wanted to build ball fields there, we might have to mitigate 60 acres somewhere else?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah. So it's a big concern, and I just want everyone to know
that's a
that.
really high number.
What, sorry?
I said that's a really high number of estimate, but yes, that's definitely, if you
Didn't they
impact those
require-
plants, you'll need a permit and
Yeah. Didn't they require 60 acres for Imogen Parkway?
68.
47 and a half.
Okay. All right. So I just want to let council know that we might be going down the road of designing Dune City Park without ball fields and then not be able to do ball fields at Preston Park expansion. And that would be a big problem. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Biana?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That is really concerning to me also, Mayor Delgado. I think, I feel then pressed to, and we can never know clearly in a timely manner from Fish and Wildlife on this kind of issue, right? I mean, it seems almost absurd to me that for 2 to 6 plants that we are going to deprive an area of needed baseball fields. And so, but if that's what we have to do, then we still have to accommodate that. So these decisions, because the Dunes Park is already conceptually approved, et cetera. So we're hard pressed. And we can't hurry up Fish and Wildlife, right? Or can we? Can we ask for some kind of special considerations or something?
I think once we get our application submitted and pay the fee, it'll get a lot more attention to them. And it's not that they haven't been very attentive. CFW staff has been great meeting with us and meeting us in the field and being very responsive. There are some opportunities to see if there could be some concessions in some way or another, but we would need to get our application in, get an ITP issued. And in that ITP, there might be some concessions of, yes, you can build the park ahead of maybe the lands package. Maybe they, be willing to negotiate some of the ITP conditions that I describe in that
Right.
proposal. But
Mm.
that's 6 to 9 months down the road.
And yet we don't have 6 to 9 months to set now, change and do something different, right? At the dunes.
Well, Dunes is well underway.
If I can interrupt, you just have to take up a motion.
Oh,
Okay,
let's see. I don't know how many more stuff
we have still a lot of time.
It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, shall we motion to go to 11?
Yeah, motion.
I'll second.
Discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Is there, what items are left that are like time pressing that have to be done tonight?
I think the landscape lighting districts are critical, but those should be really quick.
Okay.
Correct, because those are noticed for this date.
Correct.
And I understand also 11E needs to go tonight as well.
Oh, yes, and yeah,
Oh,
11E.
yeah. Oh, yeah,
That's a state
Yes.
requirement.
Yes.
Oh, 11. Oh, and the street sweeper probably as well. But we can always
Okay.
make another motion later if.
Okay.
Can I make a recommendation that we might focus the conversation on soliciting input on the Second Avenue realignment and getting that input? And I'd be happy to come back and continue conversations about the Gilead situation at Preston, and I'm happy to help with that.
Yes.
I just feel like you have a lot to do tonight still.
Because for tonight, for this item, the current, let's vote about extending the meeting before we today to that. So can we please get a roll call, Anita?
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we could table that discussion, and I don't know when we would have that discussion about how we're going to coordinate timing. You said that the dunes is already too far gone, so we can't do that.
They're doing major engineering utilities.
Okay, so to tag along to Mayor Delgado's concerns, we have no choice but to really push and see if we can get any kind of, there's a real need in that area. So we don't have any alternative sites for a baseball field.
Well, actually, we probably do. So,
do? Oh, okay.
so let us look at that and come
Okay.
back with some ideas.
That would be my suggestion.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So then I want to go to the Del Monte Boulevard Second Avenue extension as your recommendation is now. It suddenly occurred to me, because I want to make a comment about this, but it suddenly occurs to me, it should be Crescent Street, not Drive, by the way. But I live halfway down the block here from that. So can I not make comments about this? And how does that work?
City attorney?
Hey, cops. I wanted to make a comment about this map here, but I live halfway down Crescent Street. It says Crescent Drive, but
Yeah,
it's
that's okay.
okay. I can make
Yes.
comments.
Yes.
Okay, so this really concerns me because as it is, without all the new development there, this is an impacted street because of the high school. And granted, we have an extension, hopefully that predates all the development of Cypress Knolls, but it's a completely small residential street that is a safe route to school. And now we have this main thoroughfare coming in through and going straight into Crescent Street. I can't even see that. I can't even imagine when we're already struggling with safety on that. And we finally got a stop sign because it's a safe route to school. And we have major problems there. So I don't know. I understand this is developed for the San Gilly, but my goodness. None of the, and if we use the second route that's kind of curving around to the, the second entryway and exit, that's so far into on the further end of the Cypress Knolls that it kind of doesn't have a purpose, right? Because you might as well just use Imgen. So I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish here, but that's a recipe for disaster, having all of this development and possibly even as a site for a civic center emptying out into a residential street that already is impacted by the high school. Is this the only choices? Because I'm not sure what's going to happen here.
It is a conundrum, especially without, doing environmental review. I mean, we're only looking at, one environmental factor. So, the question is, would the council support analysis of this conceptual alignment? There might be ways to mitigate some of your concerns. And so that could be done as part of the environmental analysis or through project design.
I don't see how though. I'm trying to say, okay, it's not, I don't, how do you mitigate for that? This is the one street that's supposedly connecting the north and south. And you're depending on a residential street with a high school there and possibly civic center and all of the Cypress Knolls emptying out as a further connection, north and south to the residential street.
Yeah, I think that again gets back to the design. What that Second Avenue, that's a priority of the city council, is that connection from Del Monte to Second Avenue. And so this is our first cut of saying, we got a San Gilly problem. And so we asked Kimberly Horn just to get a high level conceptual. Is there a path that we can do around it? And you're absolutely correct that from Imgen Parkway, Second Way, because the intent is that's going to be a collector street. And the intent is to take traffic from Imgen on Second and all the way down to Del Monte. It can't dump it into Crescent. Crescent, that's a small neighborhood street. It would fail. And so if that design continues, it has to be designed as such that the traffic will not go down Crescent because the traffic needs to funnel to Del Monte. That's the intent of the road. And so I think this is just a high level concept to say, okay, is this a workable path to avoid the Gilia? Still keep moving forward the council's priority of let's figure out a way to make that connection from downtown Marina to the southern areas of Marina. But yeah, there's a lot of flexibility in the design. I think they just punched it out really quick. But I think your point is an absolutely valid point. We can't dump heavy collector traffic down a narrow local road. You'd have to design it to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Biala. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm just happy to make a motion to adopt the resolution if everyone's feeling ready.
That would be
Yeah.
nice. And we can see if we need more discussion.
To clarify, is there a resolution?
I think we're information item only now, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
So I move we adopt a resolution approving the change orders to amend the existing project agreements with Denise Duffy and Associates, Inc., to extend the timeframe for both contracts and include additional services in the ITP contract and author.
Sorry,
We're excluding that.
Oh, we're not doing that?
No.
Oh, got
not
it. Okay.
taking that
All
up
right.
tonight. Or I'm just receiving the presentation.
Okay.
And providing feedback.
So Renee, is an option, because I get what you're saying is the contract is expired, so we really can't do an amendment, but if we have direction to approve the new contract, it's basically going to be the existing scope. Can they, or is it not
Yeah,
noticed?
I think it's just safer to just notice it, on the agenda as an agreement. I think the contents of the agreement have already been presented to council, so we just come back for, vote on that.
Next meeting. So tonight
Okay.
you're only receiving the presentation.
Okay, well, never mind. We don't need a
And-
motion for that
and-
then.
I don't think.
Yes.
No
Okay.
motion?
Mm-mm.
That's even
Question?
better. Mayor Delgado, has his hands up.
Yeah, I'm
Hands
just
up. Mayor
a little
Delgado?
confused because the agenda says to adopt resolution X approving change orders to amend the existing project. So we can't do that tonight?
So that is going to be brought back to council because the change orders will actually just be a new agreement that includes those change orders.
Okay. And then we can provide.
Rather than an extension.
Okay. Can we provide input on the conceptual alignment via a motion? Or you've already heard the input?
I need input.
You can certainly clarify and take a vote if you wanted to, so everyone's on the same page as to any feedback you want to provide on that.
Okay, well, I have my ideas, but I don't want to steal the motion away from Jenny if she wanted to make a motion.
I didn't make a motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that having received the presentation, that we adopt the relevant portions of the adopting of the resolution that don't include the change orders, but that the input include alternative evaluation of a four-tag-like pedestrian bike extension from Second Avenue to Del Monte Boulevard.
I'll second.
And there might be other pieces that other council members want to amend onto this motion. So we build it. The other input that I would say on my motion is to evaluate help me with this, Lane, the language to evaluate the Preston Park alternative. I don't want to get outside the scope of this. So I want to stay within the scope of the Preston Park Gilia problem as far as part of our input.
Yeah.
But I'm struggling with the
I
words.
think that would be, I think just to look at alternative sites for the Preston Park ball field area for ball fields.
Okay.
Because that's exactly, because we're looking at those.
Given the
areas.
Sangilia issue at Preston Park.
Right.
Okay, does the second hold?
Yes, it does. Councilmember Viala?
Yeah, is it appropriate? I know, Lane, that you're saying this is a big picture, but we're presented with this to say something about that, the alignment should not have I don't know how you call this road here. This should not empty into a residential street. The connector road does not empty directly into a residential street.
Yeah, that's exactly the type of feedback that we wanted from tonight.
Okay, so
Can I add
we-
to that?
Yes. yeah,
No,
the
no
commission-
vehicular
No, yes.
traffic. If it were
Yes.
only pedestrians and bicycles, that would be okay?
I
Or
no,
that
because
should be
Max
researched? Yeah.
Circle is already a pedestrian, so why would we now say we want bicycles going down that as well?
To make the connection between north and south?
Right, there's
For
already
bicycles.
Max Circle that is just for pedestrians and so I don't want to put it in because it almost reinforces that we want that. We don't want that. It's congested enough, whether it's bicycles, cars, people. So
Okay, so
how do I say that as part of the?
I don't want to add that to my motion, so we might have a substitute motion coming from Kathy. But my perspective on this is that what Kimley Horn is doing needs to continue as far as evaluation. and look at the pros and cons of all the alternatives. And if Crescent Street is not the best alternative, we will delete it. If it turns out to be the best alternative based on engineering design, that's just a fact that it's the best alternative. I doubt it will be, but I don't know that. So I think it's premature for any of us to assume that the engineering it won't include a Crescent Street because it's been so well studied and always come out to be the place to connect, Patton Parkway near Crescent Street to Cypress Knoll. So anyway, for my motion, I wouldn't want to add that into my motion.
Okay, well, I'd make a substitute motion then to add that in addition to your motion then.
Okay, can we get a second for the substitute motion?
Dies.
I will second it.
Okay, call for the question.
Okay, Anita?
No, substitute motion. Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado,
Yes.
No.
Oh, sorry.
It's too late.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
You did the order and then you changed it up.
Yes or no?
For me it was yes. Sorry, Mar.
3. Yeah, Bruce said no.
Okay. Thank you. So the motion passes. Yeah, the substitute motion. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so very much, Erin.
Thank you.
It's nice seeing you.
Nice to see you all.
And I will go quickly to the important items in the public hearings. 11. Okay, we'll do this quickly. 11A. Open a hearing, take testimony from the public, consider adopting resolution, blah, blah, blah. Ordering a levy of $182.42 for fiscal year 25-26 assessment for Sea Breeze Landscape Maintenance Assessment District.
And Edry is online if you have do you want to make a staff report or you just want him available for questions?
Oh, shall I just open it to public comments first? Because council, would you like a report or are you okay with? No, we already received the report.
Yeah.
So let's open it to public comments. Anybody on Zoom in the room? No. Anybody on Zoom who would like to give public comments, please raise your hand. Seeing none, close public comments. So I see Merit. Oh, I don't see Merit Delgado's hand. So council, any questions? Councilmember McAdams,
I'm happy to make a motion.
please do so.
Adopt resolution confirming the diagram assessment and ordering levy of $182.42 for fiscal year 25-26 assessment for Seabreeze Landscape Maintenance Assessment District and authorize the city clerk to file a certified copy of the diagram and assessment with the Monterey County Auditor Controller prior to August 1, 2025.
I'll second. Anita?
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Aye.
That motion passes. Thank you. That takes us to 11B. Similar open public hearing, take testimony, and this is for the Monterey Bay Estates Lighting and Landscape Maintenance Assessment District. Let's open it up to public comments in the room. No, nobody on Zoom. We'll close public comments and I would like to make the motion and I will be very fast. I move approval.
Second.
Anita?
Member McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Biala,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Aye.
Thank you. 11C, opening a public hearing and introducing by title only ordinance, Marina Municipal Code, Chapter 9.26, military equipment use. And here is our Chief of Police, Hopkins.
All right, thank you. Mine will be very quick. So as you know, May of 6 last well, a couple weeks ago, actually. We met and I presented the Marina Police Department's 2024-2025 military equipment report in accordance with AB 481. The presentation included a detailed overview of all the equipment covered under AB 481. This evening, we're asking for the council to renew the existing ordinance and formally accept the annual report. That's it. That's all I
Thank you
have.
so much. Let's open it up to public comments. Okay. Yay, you have somebody. Yay.
Hey, so I see ordinances of this nature as an opportunity to leverage our budget and our resources to protect our immigrant population from ICE and DHS. And I would like to see this ordinance expanded to include language against cooperation with those entities.
Thank you very much, Fred. Thank you for being here. And anybody on Zoom who would like to give public comments, please raise your Zoom hands. Seeing none, we'll close public comments. And would we like to discuss the request from Fred first, the public comments, to include protecting immigrants? Do I need to ask our city attorney how this?
So there are existing laws already that address that issue. I think we'd have to be very careful to not be inconsistent with those state law requirements. And then the chief can say more. I see him.
Yes, so you're correct. There's a state law already that pretty much outlines that. We've posted on our Facebook account a very detailed response to that. We do not enforce immigration laws. That's a federal ordinance. We don't have jurisdiction over that. And so that's a clear issue that's already been resolved by the state of California, who licenses us, as well as the federal government, who has territory over that. And so it's not something that we would enforce or be involved in anyway. That's not, and this is simply a report about the equipment that we use. That's all this is.
And the thing is, you wouldn't be able to amend the ordinance without renoticing it, coming back and starting all over again.
That's correct.
Right.
That we would have to amend this and bring it back. I think right now, as it is, this addresses the use of equipment by our police department.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilmember Biala?
Yes, I just want to thank the public speaker for reminding us again of an important issue facing our country and certainly all of our region. But I do think that it probably shouldn't go in here. However, we do have documents that say that we follow the federal prohibition about us being involved at a federal level. Do we have any other things that, because I know you've spoken in public about it, but do we also have any local kinds of things that address that?
I'm not sure.
That we're not to aid ICE agents or however you
Sure,
you have.
it's our policy. It's the law and it's our policy. So again, I try to make that clear. And there's, again, on our Facebook, there is a response to that anyone can look up. And it's essentially that we will not act as ICE agents
yes.
and take that enforcement action in that capacity because, one, we don't have the authority to do so.
Okay.
It's clear. It's the law.
Yeah. Is it possible for you to send, that information to specifically a person from the public?
Sure.
Okay.
And that's why we posted it on our Facebook. It's still there for anyone
okay.
to look at. You look
Okay.
up immigration under that topic, it's there.
Okay.
We
Great.
leave it up for that reason.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure, my pleasure.
Did somebody make a motion already?
Not yet, but I see that Councilmember McAdams would like to speak.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I just wanted to comment that the chief really, really quickly put up a statement and our, sort of non-reaction to if ICE were to be in Marina. And I think that, regionally, the sheriffs, or I'm sorry, the chief of police, all of the chiefs sort of put out the same message. So, so thank you for that. And thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you so
I'll
much.
make a
both of you.
motion.
Mayor Delgado, would you like to add anything or do you have a question? I cannot see.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you, Fred Nelson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Biala, did you want to make a motion?
Well, actually consider opening a public hearing, which we're doing, taking any. So, do we have to have a motion on this? Introducing by title. Okay. Okay. So, I'd like to make a motion to approve by title only ordinance number 2025, reviewing the chapter 9.26 of the Marina Municipal Code military equipment use.
I'll second.
Thank you. Anita?
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher,
Yes,
Mayor Delgado.
Yes.
that motion passes unanimously with Councilmember McCarthy being absent. I almost forgot to mention. Thank you. That takes us to 11D, yeah? 11D. Adopting a resolution amending section 5.7.2 of the 2000 general plan. Oh, and also amending the zoning code. I almost forgot that. Oh,
So just to the lateness of the hour, I can give my full presentation, but I'm just gonna make this really short. So we adopted the housing element, the state certified it. Every year, we're required to take about 6 to 8 action steps. And this housing element cycle, as opposed to others, there are clear deadlines for every year. And so that's why you see me every year come to you guys with about 6 to 8 different items. Last year, we knocked those out. This one, a little bit late on. I was supposed to get this but end of 2024. So a little bit late getting this one out. So really what we're doing is we're making our inclusionary ordinance consistent with what the city's already been doing with the big 3 projects and making it consistent for the rest of Marina. There was some provision in the code that said Fort Ord had to have a 40% inclusionary. No one does 40%. It's hard to get developers to even do the 20%. So we're really just making the inclusionary consistent with the rest of the city, right? And then we're actually dropping the inclusionary for projects that have 20 housing units to 5. So there's actually more potential for affordable housing units within the city. So that's really all we're doing. Rather unique, our general plan has a lot of like specific design standards. So what the council has to do tonight, if you choose to, is to adopt the ordinance, the first reading of the ordinance, and then do a general plan amendment as well. So it's kind of unique that this provision is also in the general plan. I don't know why it's there. And then we did get a letter from Landwatch about AB 1505. So there was a series of court cases related to inclusionary. The state adopted AB 1505 in response to the Palmer court case. AB 1505 was adopted by the state to say, hey, city, if you're going to have an inclusionary ordinance, make sure it's not overly burdensome to developers and building housing. And so that law said potentially you'd have to do a feasibility study. If you went to 20% inclusionary, we've looked at it with the legal team. We don't think it applies. It's in the staff report for the reasons specified. And the whole premise of AB 1505 is to say, hey, you're potentially adopting an ordinance that's burdensome, but we're actually making our ordinance less burdensome. We're dropping it from the unrealistic 40% down to 20%, and 15 to 25% is generally the industry standard. So we're actually making it better for housing if we adopt this ordinance. You did get a letter today from MBEP, and also within the Land Watch letter, There were concerns that if you dropped the threshold,
Chicken.
that somehow we wouldn't get as many units
Maybe some
and
lettuce and
that maybe there would be
Lettuce and chicken?
lost opportunity. But once again, we're making this less burdensome for the development community. And a lot of the stuff referenced in the letters you were given, we're already doing. We're already supporting density bonus. The downtown plan has parking that's consistent with building more infill housing. So a lot of the stuff that's in those letters, we're actually doing already. So I just wanted to point it out. So anyways, that's the short end of it. If you can pull up the next slide. That has the recommendation slide. Next slide, sorry. Next slide. Thank you. Open the public hearing, introduce the ordinance, adopt the resolution amending 5.7.2 of the general plan, and determine that this is exempt from CEQA. So that's a very brief presentation.
Thank you very much. So we'll open it to public comments in the room, on Zoom. Please raise your hands. Seeing none, we close public comments. Council, do you have any questions? Mayor Delgado? Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm just very grateful that you are savvy enough and you see this and bring it to us, and we don't have to do much, even without a housing programs manager. You know, the mighty community economic development team stays on it, and I'm just very grateful. I'm also very grateful that we're in compliance with our housing element. Some cities, actually the county is not. And so we're doing all the things, and thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you. And I
You're
totally
welcome.
agree with those words. And I would like to move approval.
A second.
So the recommendation slide. If,
Anita? Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Biella.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher,
Yes,
Mayor Delgado.
Yes.
thank you. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guido. That takes us to 11E. Open a public hearing, receive a report and presentation regarding city vacancies, recruitment and retention efforts. And here is our HR Director, Belinda Varela. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. This is a receive and file report. Assembly Bill 2561 was passed in January, or effective January of this year. And it requires all public agencies to hold a public hearing regarding vacancies, recruitment efforts, and retention efforts. It also requires the city to allow any employee organization to participate and present if they so choose. I believe we have maybe one or two of those groups here tonight online. And then it also requires to provide additional information for any bargaining group whose vacancies exceed 20% of their total number of membership. The city of Marina has 5 bargaining groups with representing 101 of our full-time positions. That is the UWUA, Utility Workers Union of America. There's a typo there, see that? The MMEA, which is our middle management group, our POA, which is our police union, our FFA, which is our firefighters association, excuse me, and our MPSMA, which is our Marina Public Safety Mid-Management Group. Vacancies can occur for a variety of reasons. It could be because people are retiring, because it's a newly budgeted position, people are terminated, and then we fill those positions as they become vacant. Our current vacancy rate as of April 1st of this year is less than 10%. We put 10% because it's like 9.7. For the UWUA, they have 3 vacancies, and they're at 7%. The FFA is fully staffed, and so they have 0 vacancies. The POA has 2 vacancies listed here, but they were filled after 4/1. So they are fully staffed at the moment, but for this report, they had 2 vacancies. The MMEA has 4 vacancies, but that accounts for 40% of their positions because there's only 10 of them. And then the MPSMA is fully staffed. That includes the division fire chiefs and the commanders. Not listed here, but I do need to report on them is we have 2 director vacancies. One is the ACM and one is the fire chief. And then we have a confidential group, which is not a bargaining group, but they have 0 vacancies. Again, the requirement through AB 2561 is to have additional information for any group that is over 20%. So for the MMEA, they have a total of 4 vacancies. And we are required to provide information on the number of applicants for recruitments that have happened. So for the city engineer, there was 2 recruitments that happened in 2023, 2 unsuccessful recruitments that happened in 2023. And the number of applicants there, 9 and 6, one happened in May, that was 9 applicants, and one happened in October, that was 6 applicants. Previously, that position was combined with the Public Works Director through March of 2024. And then that work is currently being performed by a consultant or a contractor. The Associate Engineer is also the work is being performed by that same consultant and contractor. Now, there's a couple other vacancies for them. The Housing Manager, that was approved. These have not been recruited for, so I need to put that on there, that they were approved in 2023. Work was being performed by the Assistant City Manager through May of 2024. And right now we're working on developing the classification functions and duties, which may have a little bit of some time to it because working with the ACM is going to be important so they can define that role specifically. The arborist, botanist, landscape architect that is listed here, that is actually represented by the UWUA and is accounted for in the numbers in the previous page. But we accidentally listed it here for the MMEA, but that is the information that's accurate for the arborist position. For the senior management analyst / communications public relations person, I did a little bit of some background information and research on what had happened with that position. It was vacant in 2019. It was a previous economic development position. Then there was some time that it remained vacant during COVID. I think the COVID vacancy lasted up until like mid 2023. And then there was discussion of adding housing to that position, economic development, public relations, communications, all of those things. And then with the approval of the housing position, that was separated out. And now that position has been defined to focus more on communications and public relations. I think we were looking at trying to define the level, whether that we needed an analyst level or a manager level or a PIO. Those kind of things were the discussions that are happening there. The average time to fill positions for the MMEA, and this is based on the most recent 6 recruitments for that bargaining group, is 116 days. And later in the report, I'll mention that the average for local cities in California is 130. So we're in the average. And then opportunities, we need to describe opportunities to improve compensation and working conditions for employees in the bargaining unit. So the city conducts a compensation study with comparable cities when we go into negotiations, and we look at special pays, we look at base pay, we look at benefits packages, any kind of incentive pays, just to make sure that we're marketable and competitive with those other cities. We've been working on continued process improvements and streamlining the recruitment. And then also employee engagement efforts, some of the fun stuff that we have for employees to make sure that they feel valued and supported and that they want to come to work. Within the last 2 years of me being here, we've done a few things to the recruitment process to make some improvements. We've included targeted advertising. So we work with the departments to ask them, where do you where do your type of employees look for jobs? What are their job boards? Like for engineering positions or planning positions, what are some of the associations or magazines that they receive, and can we place ads there? We've highlighted key positions in our social network platforms like LinkedIn. We've attended local career fairs. I believe we did MPC and Hartnell College. We've streamlined the recruitment process, making sure there's diversity on our panels and in our candidate pools. And I created a recruitment strategy form, which kind of highlights all of the different information that we need for a recruitment at the very first meeting that we meet with the department. And that includes, what is the ideal candidate? What timeline do we have? Where do we want the posting? What are the application screening requirements? Are we going to have any testing for this position? What are some high priority items that this position will face right when they start, so we can incorporate some of that information into the questions, the interview questions? And an ad list, which is where do we place ads for this particular position. Having all of that information on the very first meeting is super helpful to help us quickly move through that recruitment. And then I've increased contact points with applicants throughout the recruitment process. When I first started, that was a comment that I received from a lot of the hiring managers and the applicants, that they didn't have a lot of touch points. So they kind of either lost interest or things took too long. And so we've kind of increased some of those touch points of making sure they stay engaged. As an example, from making just these changes, which is not a lot of changes in a recruitment process, but they have helped significantly. The city received, on an average for the administrative assistant, approximately 5 applications. And I think I went back and I looked at maybe 4 positions. And I think one was like 3 applications, one was 9 applications. The most recent administrative assistant recruitment, we received 63 applications. And of those 63, 30 of them met the minimum qualifications. So the change in just those little changes to the recruitment process has helped significantly. We've also filled 27 full-time positions during this same time period. So looking at that number, we're moving recruitments out. And the vacancy rate for the city I mentioned is just below 10%. We do have some of those hard to fill positions where there's a skill shortage. It's hard to recruit for the area. There's a high cost of living. There's a shortage in housing in the area. And it's a competitive job market. When I first started, I think Lane and I discussed that there are a lot of people that have moved into the area from wealthier areas. And so we're competing with some of those salaries because they may not work in the area or in Marina. Again, going back to creating an engaging and supportive work environment, our retention rate stands at 79% for this period, which is significantly high. We have some longstanding employees. We did a public service recognition week, and we had, I can't remember the number, Lane, but I think it was like 27 employees that had been here longer than 10 years, or maybe more than that, sorry. But it was a significant number where I have not seen that in other cities. Again, the city, we're making lots of changes to the process just to make sure that they move quickly. And I hope I didn't miss anything on the report. I'm trying to move quickly through my report. Once again, I do want to mention that the bargaining groups are allowed to make a comment or a presentation if they so like, and I think there are some of them online. I believe Chris Johnson from the POA and possibly one other one. And we provided them with a notice that they can provide up to 5-minute presentation.
Thank you very much.
And I can answer any questions.
Thank you so very much. So we'll open public comments, and with the understanding, are there any representatives of city recognized employee bargaining units present? Okay, I see Chris Johnson. That's so. Okay, thank you very much. So they will get up to 5 minutes. So we'll start with Chris Johnson. Please go ahead. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening. This is It's awfully late for me. I don't know how you guys do this all the time. But thank you, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this late evening. As you're aware, since 2020, the city of Marina has grown by about 4%, and with AMBAG projections showing a 35% increase in the future. Yet, despite this growth, our police staffing remains nearly unchanged. In fact, in 1975, we had 34 sworn officers, whereas today we have 29, currently serving a city that's larger, busier, and facing far greater demands. Of those 29 sworn personnel, if you remove the command staff, detectives, and supervisors, that's 16 police officers that are patrolling our streets, responding to just last year, just around 23,600 calls for service. And those were calls that we actually physically responded to. By contrast, our other public safety partners, the fire department, had responded to just under 3,000 calls in that same year. And we said earlier, you're already fully staffed. Another part of that staffing is the fire department is staffing 6 personnel per shift, 24 hours a day, whereas our shifts are pretty much half of that. And at night, we're sometimes down to even less than that. And the volume isn't just in the calls for service. In a study that we had done with some numbers, on average, there's roughly 100,000 vehicles that travel through the Marina streets every day, with roughly 40,000 on a work day that travel through the intersection of Imgen Parkway and 2nd Avenue. This increased traffic, it brings not only collisions that we've seen a little bit of an increase, we have the constant traffic complaints, and our DUI enforcement has our DUI arrests have skyrocketed within the last couple of weeks. Yet we're still policing all this with few officers than we had 50 years ago. According to the FBI, they recommend 2.4 police officers per 1,000 residents. And so based on that study, or on that number from the FBI, with our current population, the city of Marina should have 55 sworn officers, yet we currently have 29. And just as another point is that priority 1 calls, these are the emergency priority 1 calls that, due to staffing and being not necessarily able to have a full 2 officers able to respond, sometimes our response times can be down to 11 minutes, and priority 2 calls are down to 14 or up to 14. And that's when we're fully staffed. On any given day, our staffing drops further due to we have 2 people out on long-term injuries. We have constant training and vacations. I believe this has kind of created a little bit of a dangerous cycle. Recruiting and training new officers costs tens of thousands of dollars, as we all know. While we've lost experienced officers to agencies that have offered higher pay and better incentives, that currently the Marina Police Department has some of the lowest incentive pays in the region, and our salaries are right now a little bit below average. The further strain that we have in our department is not just outside, but it is internally. Our sergeants are currently routinely performing commander level duties, and our commanders are taking on tasks that deputy chiefs would be handling. And then compounding that, this strain has prolonged internal processes for hiring and promotions, which further delays our ability to fill our critical vacancies and recognize leadership potential within our ranks. There is little time for mentoring, oversight, or any proactive leadership. We desperately need additional leadership staffing to ensure accountability, succession planning, and long-term sustainability. We're not asking for extras just to ask for extras. These are things that we are starting to look at. That's what's necessary to grow. I know recently the chief of police gave a budget proposal, and the POA fully supports our chief of police's budget proposals that he's provided for the coming fiscal year, as his recommendations reflect the true operational and safety needs of our department and our city. So we're asking for, and we want to look at as we go in this next kind of negotiation series, is retention-focused incentives, investment in our leadership positions, and a realistic plan to grow our department. We are growing, and our public safety infrastructure must grow with it. And if we fail to act now, we will continue to see slower response times, declining morale, and reduced service to our community. I do thank you again at this late hour, and want to remind you that we do stand in full support of our chief's proposed budget topics as a critical investment in the future of our public safety. I do thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we'll go to Allison Hunter. You
Good
also have up
evening.
to 5 minutes, Allison.
Thank you. I will not take that long. I am a member of the Mid-Management Employee Association, MMEA, and I'm just representing on behalf of the membership, which Belinda mentioned to you is 40% down in the MMEA. Out of 10 positions, only 6 are filled right now. And I was talking with my membership colleagues and really wanted to emphasize the need from our perspective to fill these 2 engineering positions as the top priority. These vacancies are holding up work being completed on city projects, on private projects. And although Edry is the greatest engineer in the world, he can't do it all. And we really just want to encourage the council to consider anything that is within its purview to empower the HR department to fill these positions with a very clear priority on these 2 engineering positions. And that's it for the MMEA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alison. And we'll open up public comments here in the room or on Zoom. Please raise your hand. Seeing nobody online, we'll close public comments. Council, any questions, comments? Councilmember Biala?
Just a real quick question, because oftentimes people ask me, how many employees do you have? And it looks like we have maybe 103 bargaining group employees, but what's the total number?
113 is our
113.
number, and that I was looking at our authorized position list. Council is included in that full count. So without council, without part-time employees, full-time is 113.
Thank you.
Mayor Delgado?
Yes, Chris Johnson supported their police chief recommendations, which I think is 2 new officers. So let me first clarify, has the police chief been asking for 2 new officers?
Okay. Chief Hopkins will answer.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Okay, then, not trying to put words in Officer Johnson's mouth, but if we hired the 2 officers the police chief is recommending, does that also satisfy the MPOA's comments?
No, what I recommended is based on what I think we could probably withstand and deal with based on our current status of 2 individuals that are out on extended leave. Since we presented this to the budget retreat, there's also been 1 sergeant that's retired, as well as 1 police officer that left to go to another agency. There's 1 other sergeant that should be retiring in 90 days. So now that's about 5 people that's impacting our operational needs. And so they're feeling the brunt of that. And so that's where that's coming from. And that's aside from, again, what best practices and staff studies will say that we need based on the growth that our city have seen, the increase of calls for service. So all of that is indicating that we need more officers. So to start with it, I asked for 2, and all things being equal, if we had the other 2 that were not on sick leave and the other 2 had not left, plus this, we would probably be in a little better position to ease into this. So as life happens.
Okay, so
Hopefully that answers your question.
yeah, I have a follow-up. So 2 new positions plus filling the positions that we have now that are vacant. What's left? Is it the positions that are sick? We're still down, so we should hire 2 new officers so that when people get sick, it doesn't impact the department the same?
I don't want to get in trouble here, but that would be helpful because we are a lean department, and again, we are growing. And so try to just to be blunt about it. if we had the two new officers, that will probably just make us get even. And we've always been talking about having a traffic officer, someone dedicated to traffic. So essentially that means just one of the two would be plugged into answering calls for service, which doesn't do much help in this current setting. So that's the need. But what budget will allow, that's another question.
Okay, so I remain confused about how many new positions are needed versus the two new that we think we're going to get in the new budget, plus filling the positions that are vacant. So we fill the positions that are vacant and we get two new officers, two new positions. What do we still need?
Two more would satisfy the two that are out on extended leave. We have no idea, knowing when they're going to come out, plus the extended vacation and training and other things that kind of dip into that pool of applicants. So two additional above the two that I'm asking for. Would
Okay.
make it,
All right. So
more-
now it's clear that if the police department had 4 new positions, and assuming they're going to fill the vacant ones, then we would be as whole as reasonably possible.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Then my other question regards the Middle Management Employees Association, MMEA. It said that there's 10 authorized positions, and my question is, does EDRI and any other contracted engineers count as part of that 10, or are they in addition to the 10?
They're in addition, they're not considered an employee, they're a contractor.
Okay, so when we say that we have 4 vacancies out of 10 positions, is that ameliorated by the contracted positions? I mean, was that part of our plan, was to not fill these authorized positions, but instead hire contract positions in lieu of some of these 10?
No, our plan is to fill those positions, and until they're filled, we're using contract positions. But I think from a cost point of view, it's more cost effective to have those positions filled than it is to contract out right now.
Okay, so ideally, we would have 10 positions filled with employees and not have any contracted engineers.
We would still have contract engineers. It would just
Okay,
be
so-
less. Like we'll always still have EDRI.
Okay, so my question is, how many positions, equivalencies, FTEs, which would include contracted engineers, how many full-time equivalent positions are needed in MEMEA?
Are needed. So MMEA is a combination of a lot of different positions. It includes the recreation manager, the chief building official, planning, the planning manager, airport services. So they're all different. So the need would vary by each division and department.
So in the chart, there's 10 authorized positions, there's 4 vacancies.
So there's a associate engineer, assistant engineer, the communications senior planner, PR person, and
And that's not part
No,
of this group now. So it's the communications analyst, the city engineer, the housing manager,
housing
and the
manager. That's
associate
the fourth
engineer.
one, yeah.
But my question is relevant to what the request, I mean, the whole point of this is to respect employees and meet their needs. And so if we're just taking it at face value, we have 10, but only 6 are filled. So my question is, what is needed? Do we need to hire 6 more people to fill these positions? Or is it less than 6 because we have some contracted positions that are serving the role of some of these missing 6?
So the work is being supplemented because there's a vacancy. So sometimes when somebody leaves either abruptly or something, I think for some of these positions, the long standing vacancies, There was a lot of different things that happened. I tried to kind of summarize some of those changes, like the city engineer. We did 2 recruitments. We could not find a viable candidate. And so it's being supplemented by a contractor.
Belinda, excuse me, I need to interrupt you because we're nearing 11 p.m. So we need to make a motion. Council, what would you like to do? Can we do another half hour and try to get it all done within the half hour, or
Just finish this
just
item.
only finish this one? And that's okay with the other items.
So I'll motion we go
Okay,
to
I'll move that
11:10.
finish this. Oh, can we motion to finish this item, Mayor?
Yeah,
Mr.
so
Mayor?
I'll motion we finish this item.
Okay, I'll second. Anita?
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Aye. Okay, so I'm
Thank
pretty
you all.
much done,
Please
except
continue.
just trying to help this issue, this agenda item. I'm not sure what we need to do in the MMEA. And I would like to ask, what should we do in the MMEA to make it whole?
I think if we finalize some of the recruitment details, then we can get these posted and recruit for them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you. Are there any barriers for the recruitment details that you need, or what is that? What is that?
So I think for some of them, like for the housing manager and the PR communications analyst, both of those functions were being handled by the ACM. And so that's who the hiring manager would likely be. And I'd have to work with the hiring manager to kind of define the role. Because these are 2 relatively new roles and they were being performed by someone else, we want to define it clearly so that we get someone who's actually going to be doing the function that's needed for the city, the operational need. So that's part of kind of trying to figure it out. If we get an ACM, hopefully we can work with them and fill these positions, define the job description, define the duties, and get it posted.
So another 6 months to a year, maybe.
Possibly.
Okay. So that was sort of I have a list of these vacancies that have been vacant for a while. And we recently lost the division fire chief to add to the fire chief too, right? So the assistant city manager, where are we at with that?
We have interviews scheduled for next week.
Yeah, we're almost there. We're having our final interviews.
Okay. And then how about the recreation director? That will be posted soon?
That will. So we are looking at a recruitment firm. We've reached out to kind of all of the different agencies that we can, and I've received a few proposals, and I'm waiting on a few more.
Okay. I mean, and so I think I've asked this before, like HR, there's 2 of you, right? Do you need more people?
So we did get an intern, and I know interns aren't kind of part of the full-time count, but they are very useful. She is helping us kind of get organized and get things moving. She's helping Katrina with a lot of things. And I think I mentioned this when we talked about our budget. On the recruitment side, I don't think we need help because we are moving them. Like I mentioned, we filled 27 full-time and I think about 30 part-time. That doesn't include like 20 promotions that we've processed. So we're moving them. But there are other things that take up time, like risk management and some of the contract information that we're looking at, and maybe having a position for risk management that can focus on that and leave more room for recruitment.
Okay. I mean, because this isn't the first time that we've, heard from both the police department and economic development that they need help, and they're loud and very clear. So and it's not like we're not funding the positions, we're funding the positions. So I don't really know what else we do. And, for me, so we haven't had a housing programs manager since I've been on council. So who's doing that work, and do they get compensated?
I think Lane has been handling some of the housing manager.
Yeah, a lot of the work just is being done, but like the BMR stuff those are continuing. We're getting those approved. Probably How many, one a week, Anita? So all those are continuing on. But we definitely need the position.
And how long has it been vacant? Like,
6 years.
sorry. Yeah, so what are we doing? What are we missing?
September of 2023 for that one.
Okay, so what dots do we need to connect? Like we're missing something. What are we missing?
I think things have changed in the definition of what they're going to be doing. So I think working with Lane and just kind of defining the role specifically. And I mean, we can reach out to Matt, we can figure out what that looks like.
I mean, can't we just like AI give us a housing program? I mean, it's not that complicated, right? I mean, and then
It depends. It has to be very specific for the city, right? Because it's housing for this city may look different for another city. And there's a lot of things going on, like BMR is not something that's happening in a lot of cities. So I think there's very specific technical things that are happening for that position, but we can certainly work together and get something defined and posted.
Okay, so it's not even posted.
No.
I think I'm understanding where the mayor's going with this. Like what can the council, like what more can we do?
I think it falls on the recruitment side. I think it falls on our department to kind of get these things moving and posted and defined. For this report, it's just a receive and file. We're just providing the
Yeah,
information, but we definitely need to kind of move those things along in the recruitment side.
Okay. And then as far as the communications person, where's that at?
That one is again, like kind of defining the level. For that one, we were trying to figure out if it needs to be like a PIO or an analyst level or a manager level, and just trying to figure that out and what the city needs.
And is that between you two or you just do that? Who's doing that?
So it was previously with the ACM and I had started the conversation there. And then when that became vacant, we've just kind of tried to define the role as we can, and it has not been posted.
Okay, thank you.
Before I go to Councilmember Biala, I noticed that Denise Turley has her hand up. Denise, I'm so sorry, did you have your hand up when I opened public comments or not? Or no? Okay, then you're too late, sorry. So have a good night. So Councilmember Biala?
Thank you. I just want to make clear in my mind, I understand there are some positions that you're trying to clarify and we probably have changed them, et cetera. But certain ones like engineering, certain ones like police, I'm very aware of how difficult it is to recruit for those positions. And so, I mean, I hope I'm right. And I would like to hear that confirmed by the police chief that I know that there's certain cities around us that just throw money, bonuses just to recruit. So, and we are a picky group of employers. I mean, I know that we really try to get certain people. It's not just a warm body. So I just want to say that but I need to hear that we are doing a lot for these positions that are so hard to recruit. I don't want to imply that you're not doing what you need to do for it.
And thank you for the question. So there's a lot that we're doing in terms of recruiting, but you're right, it is a very competitive market. Living in this area alone is very expensive. And so what we pay our officers and what the benefits that they have so that they're able to live is very competitive. And a lot of agencies are offering a little bit more. We tend to kind of follow that and try to stay current with it as best we can. But it ebb and flows. When we match that, someone else will increase it. So it's just something that we constantly has to stay on top of, which we're doing. In the recruiting efforts, we're going out to most of the places that we know of where but we're all doing it. There's some agencies that are just north of here that are throwing thousand a year
I
for an
know,
officer.
it's just
So
horrible, yeah,
we can't match that, but there are other things that are unique to us in terms of our culture
right,
that are attractive.
right.
So there's that ebb and flow, there's that balance that we're trying to match.
Okay, and you know that our council is very receptive to anything that you both need from us to enhance those recruitments, so please don't hesitate.
Yeah, I think what you heard tonight from Sergeant Johnson was that our authorized level is at 29, and so increasing that or looking to increase that is what we're hopeful that where it is possible to make those changes in that area.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yes, I also had a question or just a remark. You know, I know that and I'm glad to hear that there will be candidates. Oh, no, sorry for Belinda, sorry. Excuse me. I'm glad to hear that there will be interviews next week for the assistant city manager, but the previous one, I know he just celebrated 1 year in his new position. So why is it taking so long? You know, that's more than 365 days and counting.
Yeah,
So-
some of those higher level and skill specific positions are really hard to fill. That's why the city engineer has taken long. That's why the ACM has taken long. Some of those that are very specific, it just depends on the candidate pool that we get, the recruiter, their work. And so
Do we offer temporary housing for those positions like we for a chief of police? Do we also do that for an assistant city manager?
Yes.
Okay, because that can be, of course, very helpful. Okay, well, thank you and good luck. And I see that Mayor Delgado has his hands up. Mayor Delgado?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. About 20 minutes ago, I thought that we heard we really need 4 new officers, not 2. And then a few minutes ago, I think I heard if we get those first 2, we're good. But I want to suggest that we cut this Gordian knot that we're always running behind. We always take a long time to hire. It seems like, although it's not being said, that if we had more people in HR, maybe 1 more, we could move these positions faster. Some are really hard, like the engineer position, but some of them seem to move a little quicker, but they're not moving very quick for us. The housing manager, the landscape architect, botanist, 4 officers instead of 2, making some movement in the engineering department. It seems that we're not spending enough money because we want to hold on to money. And so what I want to suggest, this is not for a motion, we're not taking action on this, I realize this is just for discussion, but what I want to suggest is that we consider the 2.25 unallocated millions that we're not going to spend in the draft budget, and we consider money coming in a couple years, such as what we did tonight with the Mercedes and the Cedak Hill hotel, that this 2.25 million unallocated money can be a bridge, using it to pay recurring expenses, even though it's one-time money, but as a bridge until we have new income where we could keep paying these people with recurring revenue once we get Mercedes and property taxes and everything else that's going up as far as our revenue. So I think that we should ask staff to come back with a plan that gives us more positions, prioritizing police, HR, and the engineering, the engineers, but some kind of a plan so that we're not continuing to be frustrated year after year, asking the same questions I've heard tonight. Why is it taking so long? We need to give staff what they need to maintain the city. And I don't think we're doing that because we've seen this process stuck where it takes a long time to hire and we haven't had enough police. Like they said, we're under policed. So I appreciate Chris Johnson. I appreciate Allison's comments. We've heard them before in one way or another. And if we're going to address them, I think we need to do something different.
I agree. And city manager, would you like to give any comments on that?
Well, we've just gone through a really extensive budget process. We've had a lot of public meetings. We've had a lot of council input. We've had presentations from all the departments, all the directors. We've gotten really direction from our last meeting from the council on, it is pretty much our budget in place. Tori is drafting that. That'll be coming to the council June 3rd. Is that correct, Tori? But that'll be a budget discussion, and you certainly will have the ability to raise that issue as part of the budget discussion. We are already in the budget from direction of the council, pulling down that fund balance, unallocated fund balance, to bridge the gap for several positions. But that would be the time to have that discussion, because that will be June 3rd.
So we'll wait for that, and we will wait for that car dealership to start selling cars. The more, the better. Yes. So thank you. We do not need to. Sorry. We do not need to take a motion.
Oh, can I just ask one quick?
Oh, I'm so
question?
sorry, Councilmember Biala.
Yeah, so I wanted to follow up. Belinda, do you need another person in your department?
I think I've mentioned it before. I think at this moment, no. We've supplemented with an intern, and I know the title intern doesn't seem significant, but she has a master's degree. She's helping
Okay,
us
as long
create
as-
reports.
okay.
But I did want to add one thing, that because the chief was kind of talking about different positions, Chris Johnson mentioned that they, I think he mentioned like a 55 number. An organizational assessment I think is needed in each of our departments. I think what has happened with some of these positions is that there's a specific small need for a position or a function. And then we have thrown a position at it and said, okay, we need a body to do this small piece of it, but defining a job description to have a full-time person ends up being hard. And we have to take time and figure out, okay, well, if we hire an entire person, a whole full-time position, what other things is this job going to be doing? So like for the housing manager, it might have been a small need, and then we have to fill the gap of, we need a full-time person. So what else are they going to be doing? And those organizational assessments or department assessments really help define, what does this department actually need, and what functions are needed to run and do all of the things that this department needs to happen.
I almost forgot I had one final question. Candidates that are not selected, do they get an official thank you letter, email?
They do. They
Okay,
do.
thank you, because I know that doesn't always happen in this country. Okay, so I don't see any more lights or hands raised. I would like to thank the public for still being here on Zoom and in the room. Thank you so very much. Thank you, staff, for staying up late. Thank you, council. Thank you, everybody. And we'll adjourn this meeting at 11:16. Thank you, Mr. Mayor on Zoom.